Satisfaction if you do well, so I'm pretty happy with today. It was a good performance. The weather was good, the competition was pretty good. I'm happy with the 21:33. I can't complain.
In the women's long jump, following 3 fouls from Ukraine's Marina Bek-Romanchuk, it was Serbia's Melissa Gardasevic who got the win with a leap of 6.82. That would have been difficult to beat anyway, and it'll be interesting to see how it compares with the Division 1 competition which takes place on Sunday. We spoke with Melissa Gardasevic after the competition.
Milica, comment on your performance just now.
Well, 16 points for Serbia. I mean, that's what we came here to do. And second of all, I had some good jumps. 682 is a great jump. I was trying to do more. Today I couldn't, but the win is a win, you know. And last year I jumped 681 on this stadium, so you could say I'm gonna come again next year, see what's in the books for me.
This is the live audio stream from European Athletics. Time to get Division 1 action underway. If you want to watch, head to allathletics.tv.
Hello and welcome to coverage of the European Athletics Team Championships. We are now on day 4. We've concluded Division 2 and Division 3. It is now time for Division 1, the top division here at the European Team Championships, and we've got some really competitive nations and individuals on show today. Poland going for a 3rd consecutive title back here at home in Silesia, Poland, in the Śląski Stadium. That's seen some brilliant performances so far. And here's our timetable for this evening session. The likes of Oriol Dongmo versus Jessica Schilder in that women's shot put at the start of the programme. Femke Bol versus Natalia Kazmarek in the women's 400 metres. Very competitive men's pole vault coming up. Piotr Lisek, Emmanuel Karales, Paul Haugen, Lily Foster, all hunting for points for their teams. And we'll finish today's action with 2 100 metres. We'll see Samuel Ciccarelli, the European indoor champion, pitted against Jimmy Vico. Both of their nations very competitive as well in the team title. Italy have brought a very strong team, as have the likes of France, Germany, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. My name's Hannah England. Alongside me is Phil Minchell and Alex Seftel.
Good afternoon, Hannah. Well, I'm just looking at the weather at the moment, and we had incredible downpours this morning. We're hoping the rain stays away, though, this afternoon, and it's 26 degrees, so it's a little bit cooler than it was earlier in this week. I think the distance runners, and we've got a couple of distance events coming up later on, will appreciate that, but it's still warm enough to bring out the best out of the sprinters, and we would like to think the shot putters as well. And the lineup includes the reigning European champion, number 9 in the throwing order, Jessica Schilder, and she's also coming up against her great rival of recent years, Portugal's Oriol Dongmo, the 2022 World Indoor Champion. So we're looking forward to a really good battle in the women's shot to get proceedings underway. That's the first of 12 events here. Alex, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Yes, we've seen some thrilling action in the 3rd and 2nd division, haven't we? And it's great that so many of these top nations are now going to take centre stage.
Yes, we're looking at the start of the women's shot put, the presentation of the 16 women. Yanisi Ongale, the new German number 1. She's following in the footsteps of many, many great German women shot putters. Katrin Greszkowska of Czech Republic. And Claudia Kardash, well, she was 3rd 2 years ago when this, what was then called the Team Championship Super League, was held in this Śląski Stadium. Maria Belén Tomil was 5th 2 years ago as well, so they know what the Lasky Stadium is all about. Evelina Ruvali, she's improved this year to 17.53. The Finn. Mona Cantarelli, one of the more modest performers. Italy slated to finish very highly in the overall team competition, so they'll be looking for Cantarelli to not drop too many points. And as I mentioned, the current European number 1 on the standings, with her recent 1972 in Paris World Indoor Champion Auriel Dongno. And here, well, it's a familiar face. She's picked up medals at European Age Group Championships, and she's been doing very well at American College, and she's become the Swedish number 1, Axelina Johansson. So no Fanny Roos on this occasion. Sure, we'll see Roos many occasions during the course of the rest of the year. European champion Jessica Schilder. Simin Ildirim of Turkey. Hasn't gone over 16 metres yet in her career, but this would be a wonderful stage to do so. Naomi Wuta. Wuta. She's 19. Another woman who's improved this year, but as I say, hasn't yet gone over 16 metres. Marielle Morken. The Dutch, I should say the Norwegian representative. This is Maria Makulia, Greek national champion. Miriam Mazanawa, close to 17 metres this year for Mazanawa. And the Belgian national champion, Jolien Naliga Bunqua. Bunqua close to 18 metres, and so she could get good points in this competition for Belgium. And they're going to need good points, because Belgium, possibly one of those teams that might be struggling to survive when we move on to Madrid in 2 years' time. And Sarah Omoreggi, Harvard University student, who's this year, just very recently, become the British number 1 in the shot put. Omoreggi improving last month to 17.67. So those are the 16 women that we're going to be presenting. But Alex, I'd rather cut you short, but what's something you're going to be looking out for this afternoon?
I think just creating a storyline in terms of drama that sets ourselves up nicely for the conclusion. Just like we had in that second division, there was only half a point between getting promoted between Lithuania and Slovenia, and it went down to the mixed 4x4. Excuse me. So yeah, just I think setting ourselves up for hopefully what will be a grandstand finish.
It really was a thrilling finish to Division 2, right down to the wire, and that's why every event matters. And I'm really interested to see how teams come out here at this point and the very start of the first session. And I'm sure they're bringing that attitude, but it's easier under crunch time. It's at the second half of the third session. Let's hope that these athletes can bring the intensity all the way through and pick up as many points as possible. Sturkendries of Belgium will throw first in the women's hammer. That's next underway. On the field, we saw good wins from Hannah Skyden in Division 3, 71.69. Bianca Gabler of Romania in Division 2, 72.97. So the standard has been set. Charlotte Payne of Great Britain has a new personal best this year, 72.5 metres. Right up in the top 5 here for good points and a good opportunity at a long throw. Samantha Boruta of Germany is going to throw third. She's picked up age group medals at a European level, winning the under-23 championships 2 years ago. Adela Kurakova of the Czech Republic is going to throw fourth. National champion last year, and the indoor shot put national champion as well. Malwina Kopron of Poland took a bronze medal in Tokyo, a lifetime best of 76.85. She has gone under over 70 metres this season as well. Laura Redondo of Spain will throw sixth. Another athlete up over 70 metres. It's very tight at the top. whole load of women between 70 and 73 or 4 metres or so. Silja Kosonen of Finland, 73-78 this season. 7th at the Senior Championships in Oregon last summer. She's done very well in the age groups up to that point. Sara Fantini of Italy, European bronze medalist in Munich last summer.
Sara Fantini.
A lifetime best of 75-77 from that 2022 season. Mariana Pestana of Portugal has flown further than she ever has before this season, 68 metres 50. 10th athlete in the lineup here, Greta Ohlberg of Sweden. The final at the World Junior Championships a few years ago, and she's the 3-time national champion. Audrey Jacobs of the Netherlands is up next. She's just 19 years old, made the final in Cali, Colombia last time round at the World Juniors. New personal best of 64.57 set this season. Tuke Shahutoglu from Turkey is going to throw 12th. 74 metres, a huge personal best, but that's set back in 2012. Shahutoglu here trying to get some points for Turkey. Rosa Logo was a brilliant silver medalist in Nairobi at the World Junior Championships, and they took place there, and 4th in recent Paris Diamond League. Patrice Lano of Norway will throw 40. National record holder set that last summer when she came 3rd at the NCAA Championships in her American collegiate representation. Demartios Skarvelis of Greece is our penultimate athlete. 2-time Balkan Championship winner in the hammer throw. And our final athlete, Lydia Verli of Sweden, won their national championships in this event last summer. She's just under 60 metres this season, but she has gone just over. She's very close to her lifetime bests.
So, getting proceedings underway. Well, we've had a few putters already go into the circle. This is Cantarella of Italy. Kardash of Poland, the host, 18.56 already. Good start to the pole. Cantarella, well, as I was saying, sort of one of the more modest performers, has thrown just over 16 metres this year. Reigning Italian indoor champion. Finished down in 11th place at the European Team Championships in Maria in Portugal. European Throwing Cup, I should say. Sorry, misreading my own abbreviations.
Talk about those teams competing at the top of the table. What do you think we're looking at? Italy, Poland. It's going to be competitive all the way down.
Netherlands.
So, well, we're waiting for the result from Cantarella. Move on. Perhaps one of the favourites for taking 16 points in this first division. Oriel Dongmo, already thrown close to 20 metres this year. Not a bad opener. Not over 19 metres. Satisfied rather than delighted, I'd say, according to the expression on her coach's face. Dongmo, of course, fantastic credentials. World indoor champion last year. Finished 4th in the shot put at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021. 5th last year at the World Championships, just out of the medals. So a very consistent performer at the very highest level. Very quickly into the circle. And Selina Johansson. Johansson recently improved the Swedish national record to 19.54 last month, just a week or so before going on to win the very, very high quality NCAA title. Now 23 years of age, she was a bronze medalist at the European Under-23s on home soil in Gävle 2 years ago. 19.51. So Dongmo Well, it didn't look that far, but it's 1978 given. Now, how can Jessica Schilder respond to that? This is already starting to become a very high-quality shot put competition. Schilder getting a red flag. So these are the three big guns, all throwing in succession. Dongmo, Johansson and Schilder.
Well, it's interesting as we settle into the rhythm of the first round of this women's shot put competition, just to see that some young athletes who've come through the European age group competitions are now getting senior opportunities, and just what this means to them. But also Zane Weir, the male shot putter who represents Italy, was in the press conference. He was saying this event is different because you get someone in every event, and that's not always the case at the World Championships or European Senior Championships. You have limited teams. So it's great that everyone has the opportunity, and I think that's one of the main things that the athletes take that is different in this competition.
It's a really well-rounded team. You can be represented in every discipline, but also you get that chance to care about what happens in an event outside of your own. It can be so high pressure by the time you get to those major senior championships. So to be able to take a slight step back, you're still going to bring your very best performances to the competition, but to have an appreciation, you're part of something bigger. It's the closest we get to a team sport, this European Team Championships. Copron here just clipping the netting on her opening effort. It does still land in the sector, so it will be valid. Very early stages here in the women's hammer. It's a great bronze medal for Copron in Tokyo. Anita Wlodarczyk, very dominant Polish athlete.
In the case that you're a Polish hammer thrower, you might actually be glad that there aren't 2 or 3 Polish hammer throwers, because they are often your closest competition.
No, there are definitely some events like that. We look towards the men's discus, Daniel Stahl and Simon Pettersson, you kind of saying, phew, there's only one of them. But certainly, Paweł Fidek isn't here, it's Wojciech Nowicki in the men's, the single men's Polish representative in the hammer. Laura Redondo of Spain is up next. Vanessa Strikengelis has the furthest throw so far. She opened the competition with 67.95. Rata of Germany just behind her, and Charlotte Payne of Great Britain and Northern Ireland in third. No mark for Copron yet. It's come up on the system. Redondo here getting her campaign underway. Just in case this is the first time you've tuned in to the European Team Championships this week, well, first go to allathletics.tv and rewatch Division 2 and Division 3. Once you've done that, come back, and by then you will understand that we've got 16 athletes in these field events. Everybody gets to compete in the first 3 rounds. We then take it down to 8 for rounds 4 and round 5, and then the top 4 go into round 6 and get 4 final throws. So much like a major championships, you'd have a big pool of athletes, and you'd only have three throws in that qualification round. That would take you into a final, perhaps on a different day. Here we're doing that all in one session, which makes sense. 16 athletes get 3 throws. Kosonen of Finland up next. Still only 20 years old, getting to grips with this heavy hammer, doing very well. It's great to see her come 7th at the World Championships at such a young age, and that's a great first throw. Troubling that 70-metre mark. Still, maybe my computer is behind. I don't have the mark for Malvina Copron yet. Copron was measured at 67.74. That wasn't enough to take the lead, but that is 69.19 for Silja Kosonen. Good opening throws here. Every valid throw so far has been over 65 metres. Sarah Fantini carry on the good form. She can, yes. It's landing way beyond 70 metres. That's going to be a very early lead for the Italian. We talk about team points. The predictions, all the number crunching from the statisticians, I think still puts Italy in the lead only by about 15 points or so. We'll let it all unfold over the next couple of days, but the home advantage for the Poles. They love this stadium. Love competing at home. I think that could count for a little bit of oomph as well. Early oomph.
Earlier. I love that. Yeah.
Sarah Fantini here then, 73 metres all the way out into the lead. That's going to put the pressure on the other athletes. It's right up, very competitive with their season's best, only about 20 metres short of what she's done this season. Mariana Pestana of Portugal. Could be around about 55, 56 metres. She has done 68.50 for Carl Portugal this month. Pestana there. Anything obviously a miss to me. Still fluent, just a bit shorter than she's managed so far this season, but sometimes it's a bit of nerves, a bit of tension, and the athletes won't have been here all week, even though we have with the action. Many of these teams will have flown in the last 24, 36 hours ready to take their stage here for Division 1. So there's still going to be some travel in the legs. That's 65 metres there for Greta Elberg with her first throw. Did compete at the World Championships in the qualification rounds. 70 metres, 87 her best was set out there. .64 for Greta Elberg. That's enough for 7th place at the moment. So, next in the circle, Audrey Jacobs of the Netherlands. She's just 19 years old, so it's more used to throwing a lighter implement. 3 kilogram personal best is 71.42. Senior weight, just 64.57, but she will chip away at that this season. She finds her feet. We talked about this yesterday, that at almost every discipline in athletics is a kind of linear progression. As you get older, as you get stronger, as you get more skilled, you get better, and you're rewarded with a better mark, a lower time, a further distance. But in the throws and the hurdles and those implements, the equipment changes. I think it's a bit harsh. Maybe it's an opportunity to wipe the slate clean and start afresh with personal bests. 57 metres there for Audrey Jacobs. It's a strong start.
And in case you're wondering why we're not showing any shot put at the moment when we're focusing on the hammer, firstly, why not? It's building up to a wonderful event. I can tell you that there's actually a brief hiatus in the competition, and I'll bring you up to date with everything that's been going on out there, but you haven't missed any of the shot putting so far because there's a break in the competition. When we go back to it, no spoilers, I'll tell you what's been happening.
Oh, I'm intrigued now. I'm trying to look down there, spot what's going on.
Oh, you missed it. I was watching.
Shahutoglu of Turkey. Eyes glued to these women spinning around in the hammer circle. Shahutoglu of Turkey. Good height difference between the front and the back of her throws there. Measured at 61.92. Good start from Shahutoglu. Much kinder conditions here this evening in Silesia. It's still humid, it's still warm, but we've had very oppressive heat. It was a huge thunderstorm this morning. We're very lucky there wasn't any morning track action scheduled, because it would have been, would have totally had to press pause and wait for a while for that to clear. It's cleared the air a tiny bit, but it's still unbelievably humid given how much rain has already fallen today.
But particularly at the point the athletes arrived, as we see a Loga of France here in the first round, the hammer. At the point they came to warm up, it was excruciatingly hot, possibly the hottest of the whole event so far, around 30 degrees with really high humidity. So just at the point you're trying to adjust, it would have been quite tricky.
Absolutely. There's a lot of athletes that will be doubling back in different events as well, and they're really going to have to watch their hydration, their recovery. Rose Loga of France, still just 20 years old, pair of silver medals from the 2021 under-20 season, Worlds and Europeans. 65-62, enough to put her in 8th place at the moment. Remember, top 8 are the only ones that get to go beyond round 3, so it's important to try and get yourself up there early days. Beatrice Lano of Norway up next. She had 3rd place at the NCAs last season. She's representing the University of Georgia.
Yes, just like with Division 2 and to a lesser extent with Division 3, a lot of athletes here, particularly from Scandinavia and the Baltic countries, who have either been at or are still at American universities. We do like to make mention of them because, of course, that's where a lot of them are really honing their trade. Is it raining? It looks like it is from the pictures, but I can't feel it.
No, I can't feel it. We've got brilliant seats up here in the Stadium of Slasky. We're high above the start-finish line. So we're definitely not getting rained on up here. The athletes down there, it was very wet. The discus. I think it was men's Division 3, I think, one of the morning sessions. It was really wet towards the end of that, and they were struggling with the circle and the surface there. So let's hope the conditions don't deteriorate too much. Mattia Skarvelis of Greece. Down around about 65 metres here with their opening effort. It's very nice. Everyone's doing well in this. We've just had one foul so far from Korokova of the Czech Republic.
Yeah, it's a relief really, because it has happened in the past where you've seen those 3 fouls, and as a result that's a no score completely. Any single measurement would have got you 1 point.
Yeah, 65 metres, 7 centimetres for Skarvelis.
So, there's a story here as we look at the shot put, and we're starting again. So this is Yemisi Ogunleye of Germany. She's lying 3rd on the European list at the moment, having improved to 1931 recently in Railingen. What's been happening is, we got halfway through the first round, and then the officials, and I think also alerted by some of the athletes, have realised that the measurements have been in the wrong place. So consequently, there have been some mismeasurements as well. As you can see now, they've put out different types of markers for 17 and 19 metres, and they've remeasured the sector. So we're going to start again, because it's looking like the original measurements for Dongmo, Johansson, and indeed the 6 women who did have legal measures were actually incorrect. So we're starting again. There you go. That's what's been happening. That's why we haven't been watching any shot put. But we are now underway. This is Claudia Kardash. She's 3rd to throw. And her slate has been wiped clean. She did throw 18.56 with her initial effort. As we suspected, it is raining a little bit. We can't feel it because we are well under the awnings here of the Slasky Stadium, but you can see the hammer throwers and the shot putters huddled under one of those big umbrella-like structures there out.
It's been very busy under all these umbrellas, hasn't it? Whether it's been boiling hot, baking sunshine, or a bit of rain, everyone's keen to get themselves under the umbrella.
Yeah, it's a bit like they're all waiting for a bus.
Just to bring you up to date then, with having started the shot put competition again, Germany's Ogunleye had a distance of 17.91. Grzeszkowska of Czech Republic 16.94. It became apparent that more or less the measurements out there were about a metre out. I think some of the athletes might have alerted the officials that either the measuring devices and also the markers, the indicators, those traffic bollard-like pieces of equipment were not in the right place. But we've got ourselves sorted out now. Kamadash 1694. This is Raleigh. The Finn. Raleigh, 2 times national indoor champion. Copenhagen recently improved to 1753. 1708, so that's a good performance from 26-year-old Finn. Cantarella, who we saw have an effort a little bit earlier, the competition that's just been scrapped. So that falls quite a way short of 17 metres. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but I have faith in the officials that that is actually really the right marker and the right distance, and it's all being calibrated right. So that's about 15.5 metres, I think. Yes, 15.66. Now, this woman, Oriel Dongno, leads the way in Europe this year with 1972. Dongno, 2-time European indoor champion, 2021-23. That's a good start for her, and that really is just shy of 19 metres. High 18s for Oriel Dongno. Portuguese record coming last year in the European Athletics Championships final when she had to settle for silver behind Jessica Schilder at 1982. 1842 for Dongno.
Portugal's best chance of victory, potentially?
Yes, I do understand. I would have said that Pedro Pablo Pichado, but I am hearing that he might not be competing. So, Axelina Johansson, who's just displaced the very familiar face of Fanny Roos as the Swedish number 1. Johansson really executing that rotational technique very effectively. Perhaps not quite as far as Dongno, but with only a couple of other women having gone over 18 metres in this competition, I think that's probably certainly going to see her through to 2 extra putts. So 18.03 for Johansson, who, as I said, is really in fine form at the moment. Only a few weeks ago setting a Swedish record with this 4-kilogram implement. Now, Jessica Schilder. Surprise bronze medalist at the World Championships in Eugene, but then really delivered and showed it was no fluke by taking the European gold last summer. Schilder. Very strong athlete. That's really good heave behind that shot. Schilder.
Silja Kosonen back in the circle. She's the furthest thrower in Europe this year with a 73.78, ahead of Sarah Fantini, who will go next. She's leading Europe at 20 years of age. Very impressive. Opening throw for Kosonen was 69.19. It was enough for the lead at the time. And Sarah Fantini went out to 73.02, and then earlier on in this round 2, Nina Copperon has thrown 70 metres at 77, so it's just edging over 70 metres here if you want to get into the top few. 69.50, a small improvement for Silja Kosonen.
Yeah, we've been talking about what it means to master an event like the Hammer at a young age, and there's no better example than Kosonen. She's 20, and she was one of those who benefited from the European under-20s and World under-20s in the same year, winning both, setting a world junior record as well. Incredible young athlete.
Sarah Fantini next in the circle. Then leader 73.02. Fantini. It's good to see these two athletes throwing back to back. Silja Kosonen has thrown further this season, but she's not as quick today in the circle. And the more momentum you can build, if you can control it, it'll give you a further throw. Doesn't look overly impressed with that. Turns the nose up at it. 72.31 is no improvement on her first round 73-metre throw. Mariana Pestana up next. She's in 15th place at the moment, 55.67. That's over 60 metres though. Be able to get her up another couple of points. Della Korakova of the Czech Republic is in 16th place at the moment with 2 fouls. Korakova has just got one more chance to get herself on the board and get some points. Pestana does improve to 61.14. She goes up to 13th place. Greta Ohlberg in 11th at the moment, 64.64. Yell there, encouraging the hammer on, and that's done much better than their first effort at 64.64, right up towards 70 metres for 3-time Swedish champion. Best is 68 metres 46 from Ohlberg, up into 5th place. I think she's quite relieved and happy with that effort. 70 metres last season, and at the start to Ohlberg summer has been a bit conservative on the lower distances, and that's a good return to top form there in the second round. Audrey Jacobs of the Netherlands, 57 metres 48, and that looks about the same. 19 years old, the athlete used to throwing the lighter implement. Silja Kosonen's taken to the senior implement just fine. And Audrey Jacobs here, she doesn't look quite as comfortable with it. It is an improvement though, 58 metres 54. She's now above Verli of Switzerland. Turkia Shahutoglu of Turkey up next. I think it has stayed dry. A tiny little outpour. You can see the athletes both in the shot put and the hammer. They've come out from underneath the parasols. There doesn't seem to be any towels involved in the circle here and drying it off. Shahutoglu looking for an improvement on 61.92, and I think she's going to get that. Maybe, might be about the same. Twelfth place at the moment. It's a bit of a gap up to Beatrice Lano of Norway in 11th, 64.86. 61.92 for Shahutoglu. Her best effort in round 1, she stays in 12th place. So our final 4 throwers here for round 2 of the women's hammer. Rose Loga of France up next. A pair of silver medals behind Silja Kosonen in the Age Group Championships in 2021. Silja Kosonen went straight over to Eugene and looked very at home there in 7th place. That's unusual though. Rose Loga continuing her development very positively as well. Unfortunately not with that second round effort though, right into the side of the netting. Rose Loga. She's in 9th place at the moment.
So we're at the top of the second round, and it's Yemisi Ogunleye, Germany. She's quite pleased with that. She goes way down the standings with that 17.91 in the first round. But that's better. That certainly is better. Ogunleye, well, has really come through this year. She was 6th back in 2017 at the at the European under-20s, and many years waiting to see her come through, but she's done that this year, and she goes into the lead with 18.59. Yeah. Spaniard, Maria Benel Toimel, Spanish record holder at 18.80. Well, she's in a bit of trouble now because that's 2 consecutive fouls. She's got one more. They just spun out. Her foot came down outside of the stopboard. She needs to just get in a valid effort. Ruvali, just over 17 metres, which is a good effort from her in the first round. They 3 weeks ago set a personal best at 17.53. It's not bad. 17.06, so she's consistent at the low 17s. Cantarella. First round efforts of 15.66. Was that in the centre? Well, I think it's getting the white flag. Yes, just looking down there, but she's given us a foul just outside the sector. Now, Oriel Dogmo, 18.42 in the first round. She's just seen her lead taken by Ogunleye, Germany. Fairly sure that's taken it back. That's in the high 18s, I think. Uses the conventional, what they call the O'Brien technique. Very strong, also quick with the footwork. Managed to convert horizontal speed into really getting a good placement and push behind the implement. 18.45, well, a slight improvement, but she stays in second place at the moment. Here's the first of the 3 big guns, despite the lead being held by Ogunleye, Axelina Johansson. 18.03. Very different technique to Dogmo. Uses the rotation technique. And that's plopped down at a... Well, I think about the 18-metre mark, maybe a fraction further. Not a shot put coach, but I think it wasn't quite what she wanted. Build-up to releasing the shot, but it is an improvement to 18.29. Still about a metre down on her recent best and her recent national record. Now, Jessica Schilder. Schilder's been struggling a little bit this year. As you can see, she's got strapping on her right arm, her throwing arm, and that's a foul. Steps out. She's down in 4th at the moment with 18.14.
It's a good throw though, Phil. I know it's a foul, I know she spun out, it wasn't controlled, but it was up by 19 metres. Schilder perhaps has finally agreed a tiny bit. Yeah, if you step out, it doesn't really matter how far it went. But I don't know, I kind of like seeing these big fouls as well.
Yeah, it's like just one or two of the big fouls in the long jumps that we've seen as well in the second division. So, Sinem Yildirim of Turkey. Yildirim, reigning Turkish indoor shot put holder. So just over 15 metres, I think. Bit of a hop and a skip across the circle there. Very basic technique from Ilderan. 15.01. So Naomi Wuta. Wuta, 14.90 with the first round. Probably close to it as well. Not sure whether it's a few centimetres better or not quite as good. $14.65 for Wuta. Back to the hammer.
Korakova is on 2 fouls. Love to get a mark down here, so she stayed in the circle. The hammer stays in the sector. It will be points for the Czech Republic. That will be a relief for Korakova. Real shame to leave with 3 fouls and no points. The rain just suddenly here in Silesia has come pouring down. It's very heavy. It's going to affect the throws. Throwing surface, and suddenly looking at that 73.02 of Sarah Fantini. I don't think that's going to be in trouble whilst this downpour lasts. So it's going to be maybe a bit tentative as they step into the circle. Both ends of the field. Stay with the women's hammer. This is Malvina Copron. Good second throw, 70 metres, 77. The music ramping up for the Polish athlete. That's not fair. They weren't playing any Queen for anyone else. Saving it for Malvina Copron. It's a nice second round effort. That's going to improve, I think, on 70 metres, 77. Malvina Copron doesn't look as good as Sarah Fantini, 73.
I wasn't sure if it was music or thunder. But didn't see her dry the circle actually before it went in. I mean, it could possibly be that it stops and then suddenly dries out quite quickly, as we seem to see occasionally, sort of tropical climate.
It does feel very tropical here. It's been, even when it rains, it stays very, very humid. Copron putting her jacket on. 70.85 for her third round effort. Small improvement. She stays in second place. Spain's Redondo up next. .65. So as good, I think, as 66.71. She walks out the front. She is in that top 8 though, so we're about halfway through this third round as the athletes try and get themselves into the top 8. Redondo's done enough so far. It could come into danger, particularly someone like Rose Loga of France. She's sitting in 9th. I expect her to jump up, as she would Beatrice Lano. So Redondo, unfortunately, by no means safe there in 7th place as we look towards the 4th and the 5th rounds. Sylvia Kosonen is 3rd place at the moment. Just a note to say that Sarah Fantini, 73-metre, 2-centimetre throw is further than we saw in Division 1 and in Division 2 and Division 3. Good performances for Mahana Skajdin of Azerbaijan, 71.69, and Bianca Gabler of Romania, 72.97. But bragging rights can go with the winner of Division 1. Just don't know who that's going to be yet. Another throw round about 70 metres for Sylvia Kosonen here in the third round. Quite some talks from other athletes in other divisions saying I want to put down a marker. The one we're going to keep an eye on is Sarah Lavin, 12.82, Louisa Geiger, 9.17 in the steeplechase. Christian Che was 69.95 or so in the men's discus. Sarah Fantini, the best hammer thrower this whole week here in Poland for the time being. Halfway through here in round 3 of the women's hammer throwing. brushes the netting, which isn't necessarily a good sign, probably means everything was a bit off kilter. Below 70 metres, Fantini walks out the front.
Back in the shot, and it's the start of the third round, and the event leader is Ogunleye of Germany with that 18.59 in the previous round. She's delighted with that. That's gone over 19 metres. The first 19-metre put of this competition. Could well be very close to a recent personal best set in Ratingen, 1931. Just pings down just on the 19-metre line. It is a good effort. Let's see whether it is personal best. No, not quite. 18.85. Nevertheless, does increase her lead over the likes of world indoor champion Oriel Dongmo, very good Swede Axelina Johansson, and Jessica Schilder. Behind Ogunleye, it is Dongmo, Johansson and Schilder who lie in second and third and fourth place. Down in sixth, it's Claudia Kardash of Poland. She was third 2 years ago. No. She steps out. I think knew that was not close to the 17-metre line. So best remains 16.94 for the pole. European Under-23 Championships silver medalist back in 2017. Now here's a woman who's in a bit of trouble. Spanish champion. Well, that looks like a safe effort. I think she knows that about just over 16 metres should get her into the top 8. It looks about that hard. 15.32. Well, it's not going to give her 2 more throws. That's a disappointing performance from Toinil. She has had quite a lot of injuries over the last 18 months or so. Nevertheless, points lost, I think, for Spain. Evelina Ravalli, 17-metre putter at best, and she's gone over that already twice in the competition, but not to be a third occasion. See. Courtesy to the officials, no need to bother measuring it with that little stamp on the top board, taking a deliberate foul. Cantarella struggling a little bit, 15.66. It's been marked with a white flag, or as we see on the screen, green rectangle. 15.56, so just 10 centimetres short of what she achieved in the first round. Cantarella departs from this competition. One woman secure in going forward to the final 8. This woman, Oriel Dongmo, European indoor champion, second place at the moment with 14.45. That's an improvement. Does she? Yes, she does, though. To answer my own question, she takes a deliberate foul. Not quite firing on all cylinders in this competition, despite currently lying in second place.
Yeah, Dongmo looks frustrated here, doesn't she? She's had a busy summer, nipping all over to Diamond Leagues and one-day circuits, and she doesn't look happy. She looks very frustrated, like her timing's off. There's a disconnect there between what she thinks should be happening and what she's attempting.
I think you're absolutely right there, but we move on to the first action on the track.
We start off with the women's 400-metre B race, with the A heats coming up in a few moments' time. That A race is set to be a fantastic battle as well, so don't go anywhere.
Let's meet the athletes lined up in heat.
Fully released any spoilers just yet as we focus on this lineup for now, with Irini Vassiliou of Greece right on the outside, 51.75 at best, the 2019 Balkan champion.
Lane number 8,
and Mette Bas
of
Finland, 22 years of age, but already a 4-time national senior champion across indoors and outdoors, 52.51 at best.
In lane number 7, 4-time the national indoor champion,
Henriette Jørge,
from Norway.
even younger, 19 years of age. National junior record holder, 52.23. Her personal best.
In lane number 6, we welcome from Spain.
This is the more experienced Laura Bueno, 7 times national champion, including both indoors and outdoors.
Laura Bueno.
Quite closely matched to the trio that we've already seen, 52.72 this year.
From Switzerland.
Julia Sen of Switzerland. Fastest ever time came in Basel last month, 52.33.
Welcome the athlete from France, a world champion.
In lane 4, Amandine Brossier of France, World University Games bronze medalist in 2019. Little off her best this year, 53.65.
Two-time the national champion over 200 metres from
Lisa Lilja of Sweden from lane 2, 53.71.
And completing the lineup in heat number B.
So similar to Brossier, but others have run faster in this heat. And the same goes for Edna Tullum. She's just 16 years of age and is European under-18 medalist. Those championships, of course, in Jerusalem last year, where the European under-20s will be held in Jerusalem. It'll be another live streamed event on the European Athletics channels. So please do check out our platforms, including social media and YouTube. There are highlights packages going up as well. So Tullum, Lilja, Brossier, Sen, Bueno, Jørge, Bas and Vassiliou, the women's 400 metres B race. So track action for this first division now underway at the European Athletics Team Championships, as we see Jørge chasing down on Bueno of Spain, and Julia Sen in the red of Switzerland also going well. Lisa Lilja, I mentioned she wasn't one of the fastest going in on times, also has passed the athlete on her outside, but still Jørge of Norway just about edging in front, coming into this home straight now in the Slaski Stadium. Who else is going to feature in the closing stages? Sen is coming back in the red of Switzerland. Jørge holding on and moving away now for Norway in this B race from Sen of Switzerland. 51.67 seconds. So that's a massive lifetime best by over half a second, Hannah.
Very impressive from the Norwegian women. I watched this athlete run a national record in 300 metres in Bergen, one of the televised events we had on the European Athletics streams, and she took a second off that senior record. She's just 19. So I'm not surprised with that. She was very strong at the European Indoor Championships as well, making the semi-final. But that huge step up, so a lot of hard work going on this winter for Jørge.
Yeah, and it's obviously been a great couple of years for Norwegian athletics, to say the least. But Karsten Warholm, Jakob Ingebrigtsen, it's great to see some great female performances as well.
So there, as we look at the replay, you can see Jørge really ran a very, very composed race over the first 300 metres, and there wasn't much in it when they're coming into the home straight off the final bend. She's still being challenged by Sen of Switzerland, 2 lanes to her inside. But then with about 50 metres to go, the Norwegian really starts doing a fine job pulling away. It's not that far from the Norwegian record of 51.64, which has stood for a couple of years to Andy Yule. She's really going for it. And she's really used these European Team Championships to great effect. Turns 20 in 8 days' time.
So our
So
field
the
event
teenager,
action going on. Tom
well,
Ashby
in
had the
addition
lead.
to putting down a fine marker and a fine personal best, people will be looking at her as a potential
Three-time Olympic champion, I see.
medal contender going forward to the European Under-23 Championships next month.
Let's have a look at this full result, and bear in mind, with that A race to come, it's then an aggregate result across all of those times, and that will convert into the points across all of the 16 nations competing. So that's how it works.
Well, lovely
Jager
to see
just
Anita
200ths outside the
here. Keeping an
Norwegian
eye on this
record.
women's hammer throw
Standing run there
competition.
from the teenage Norwegian.
Yeah, but athletes always love it when the official time's faster.
3 rounds.
So, Axelina Johansson. Johansson, third place at the moment. 18.29 in the last round. It's there or thereabouts. It's not going to challenge the lead, which we saw just a short while ago. 18.85 to Yemisi Ogunleye. Yes, 18.29, so exactly the same distance for Johansson, reigning NCAA champion, as she did in the second round. Now Jessica Schilder, reigning European champion, but down in fourth at these European Athletics Team Championships. That looks a lot better. That looks very much better. That's bang on the 19-metre mark. Oh, but a red flag though. I was watching the trajectory of the shot. She spun out. I just saw what was happening out on the infield. So Schilder stays down in fourth place with 18.14 from the first round. So a few athletes to come in this third round.
And they've reshuffled the top 8.
We have the same slight penalty as shot at the women's
Hammer.
first 3 rounds. The Germans still leading the way with 80.
Toglu is
85.
in, this is Rendondo, apologies, the red of Spain, muddled up with the red of Turkey. Rendondo is in 8th place at the moment. She came into this round in 7th. Charlotte Payne of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has just added a big distance to what she'd done previously. She's gone all the way up into 3rd place. So Rendondo relegated to 8th. Strong 4th round effort. 67.05, that's the best throw from Rendondo. It doesn't improve her standings overall, but there are the 8 women that will go on to round 4 and round 5 in the women's hammer.
Well, we had a superb run in the first of these 2 women's 400-metre heats. Let's see what Femke Bol and Natalia Kazmarek can produce for us. Great entertainment, I'm sure.
On the track, it's time for the A race of the women's 400 metres.
Bol and Kazmarek, we've got very good Britain, Anna Pippi in lane 5 and Cynthia Belongo in lane 8. It's been a bit of a redraw. You might actually be seeing a slightly different start list. There was a redraw that was done just a few hours before. So on the outside, it's Katia Azevedo of Portugal. She was 4th in 2021. Not quite at her sub 40
Lane number 8, we
51
welcome
second
Anne
best.
from Belgium.
Cynthia Belongo, just one race so far this year over one lap of the track. That came a week ago in Dessau. 51.29, a good start to her season. Now,
Lane number 7.
the very good pole indeed, Natalia Kazmarek. Olympic medals in the mixed relay and the women's 4x400 metres relay, and has improved to 50.02 just 2 weeks ago in this very stadium at the Jasus Kosasinski Memorial Meeting. And this woman, world indoor record of 49.26, just one outing over one lap of the track without the barriers. 50.11 in Hengelo 2 weeks ago. Can her championship record go down here? Bol has that championship record of 50.37 from 2 years ago.
Great Britain, Northern Ireland.
Anna Pippi,
Outside 51 seconds.
terrific runner. World Championship and European Championships bronze medal as part of Britain's very strong 4x400 metre relay teams.
Welcome in 4, the athlete from Italy.
Inside,
Two-time World Championship finalist.
Alice Mangione, 6th in this race 2 years ago.
Alice Iris Vaganone.
Not far from her best this year.
Number 3, let's welcome the athlete from Germany, a World Championship finalist.
75 recently. Laura Muller.
Laura Muller.
Slowest woman in this field on current form.
Republic in personal best form
Broken
this year.
52 seconds so far this year. This woman, she's in good form. 29 years of age, but improved recently at the meet in Kladno just a week ago to 51.95. Tereza Petrislakova of Czech Republic. So from the inside, Petsilkova of Czech Republic, Muller, Germany, Mangione of Italy, Pippi, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Ball, the Netherlands, Kazmarek, Poland, Bolingo, Belgium on the outside, Azevedo of Portugal. Keep this time in your mind, the championship record 50.37, which Femke Bol has held since 2021.
So, Kazmarek of Poland in 7. The European silver medal.
Well, Bolongo has started very strongly indeed. Also running well at this stage, Amma Pippi.
Down the back straight, keep an eye
Just
on
inside Femke Bol, but Femke Bol has the talent to keep driving all the way to the line as the rest tire. Kazmarek now ran a very good back straight. Kazmarek loves this track. Ran a personal best there just 2 weeks ago, and now it's Kazmarek and Bolingo still on the outside running well, but Bol has swept around the curve and moved into the lead almost effortlessly. Now Bol starting to pick up. She's still accelerating as the others tire. Kazmarek trying to chase her down, but it's in vain because it's going to be Femke Bol and a championship record unofficially 49.82. Another accolade to the outstanding Dutchwoman, the reigning European Athlete of the Year, once again flies home and takes the first place for the Netherlands. She really does rise to the occasion when the Dutch really require her to.
It's brilliant to have her here, and you know what an A-list billing it is between Kazmarek and Bol. You just wondered whether home advantage would count, but Femke Bol, I suppose in effect that would have pushed her to a magnificent performance. And sometimes you wonder, you see her performances indoors and you think, is she a 400 hurdler? Is she a 400 metre runner? Is she both? I think we definitely have to say that she is now. I mean, yeah, it's just sometimes the 400 metres is a really tough event to run indoors. She's rewritten the records, and she's rewritten another one here with that championship record under 50 seconds once again. What a phenomenal generational talent.
And but for Rashida Adeleke, it would be a European lead as well. But the Irish woman who won NCAA titles is absolutely flying. We're looking forward to actually seeing, I'm sure, it on the global stage, Adeleke and Bol flying the flag for Europe. Two magnificent 400 metre runners who I really think can take it to the Americans.
And a reminder, both of the heats A and B on the track will be
She hardly looks out of breath, doesn't she? She also ran what I thought was a very conservative, but ultimately, who am I to argue? But I did think it was a very sustained first 100 and 150 metres.
Of day one of action, Netherlands on the top at the moment.
There's the results. Femke Bol, the third championship record of this week in Poland, 49.82. Natalia Kazmarek on the best times of her career, 50.34. Cynthia Bolongo in third in that A race, and also when you consolidate the results as well.
So Netherlands top of the pile.
Smattering of PBs. A shout out to Tereza Petrilikova of the Czech Republic, who also got a PB in that A race.
Started very nicely indeed with a certain world record holder getting underway with 16 points in the early lead.
One event, so as you might imagine, the Netherlands leading the way with 16 points, Poland 15, Belgium 14. Another 11 today, and another 36 over the next.
And there's
3
the second
years.
page of our standings so far. See the red line,
Spain,
of course,
Turkey,
indicating
and
the
Greece
bottom
bringing
three
up the rear
teams at the
as things stand
of
at this
Sunday
moment.
will be relegated down to Division 2. But a long way to go.
Quite some hat there from a Swiss fan. I presume it's Swiss.
No, Dutch. It's a Dutch cheese.
Oh, no.
I know the Swiss are famous for cheese, but that was either a Gouda or Edam.
My bad. I'm better at eating them than identifying them.
Glad I don't go to the supermarket with you. Anyway, after that bit of banter, from one Dutch superstar to another, Jessica Schilder, European Championships gold medalist, like her compatriot Femke Bol. 4th place at the moment, with a slight increase to 18.47. At the end of this programme, we're going to play Spot the Cheese.
I'm going to say whatever, it's not good weather to have cheese out of the fridge.
That's also true. But there's no excuse for misidentifying a big Dutch cheese.
It also had blue and yellow colours on it to confuse even more. That's a salute to Ukraine, who of course were promoted up to the 1st division. It did have blue and yellow on it. Anyway, men's triple jump. As we have a look at the athletes that will take part, so all 16 together. So we have had quite long rounds, and that's something to adapt to for the athletes as well. But once again, trying to get maximum points for their country. So keep an eye on the results and the team standings on the European Athletics website. Petrana.
Next, we welcome the
Norway,
athlete
15-18
from Greece,
at
the
best.
European
This is
number 7
very
this year.
experienced Dimitrios Tsiamis of Greece, 21-year-old
Dimitrios
European
Tsiamis.
Championship medalist in Berlin 2018.
We welcome the 2-time national
7th
indoor
European
champion
indoors
from
in Istanbul.
Switzerland.
This is Carlos Kouassi of Switzerland, 15.76 at best. So he's all the triple jumpers that have been put forward by their countries. Big range of personal bests. As you can see, Bjorn de Decker will jump for Belgium here.
Jumping out of position 5 from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the new national
Northern
indoor
Ireland,
champion.
Jude Bright-Davis. He's improved to 16.28 this year, winning the UK indoor
Jude
title.
Bright-Davis.
New personal best in Loughborough.
We welcome in good form this year, in personal best form from Germany.
Max Hess won for Germany 2 years ago. This is Tim Lubert, selected by the Germans this year.
Let's welcome the athlete from the Czech Republic, also in personal best form this year.
15.86 is his PB. So you can see a
Let's
few over
welcome
16
the
and
11th
17
time
metres,
national
but that
indoor
big difference.
champion from Poland.
And I mentioned this is another experienced athlete, Adrian Swiderski, 18 times national champion, including indoors and out, 16.81 at best.
We welcome from Spain the 3-time European
Pablo
Championship
Torrijos
finalist.
of Spain. He was actually 3rd a couple of years ago,
Pablo
behind
Torrijos.
Pichardo, Portugal, Hess of Germany, neither of which are here. So
Let's welcome the
can he
23-year-old
get
from
back
Finland.
in the top 3 and potentially any higher? Well, Simo Lipsanen has traditionally been Finland's best triple jumper in recent years, but he's had a
We
lot of
welcome
injury
from
issues
Italy,
as well.
the European
Aro
number 3
Davidila
this year.
is his teammate on show for the Finns.
Tobia
Tobia Bocchi, another emerging young talent, 17.26 last week.
a European Championship finalist.
Tiago Pereira, the stand-in
Pereira.
for Pedro Pablo Pichardo.
Jumping in position 13, we welcome the European
He's
under
4th in
20
Istanbul
champion
European Indoors.
2021 from
This is
Sweden.
another exciting young talent, Gabriel Wålemark of Sweden.
Gabriel Wålemark.
European under 20 and World under 20 triple jump
From the
champion
Netherlands,
2
in
years ago,
Norwich, the
16.43 at
national
best.
champion last year.
Babukar Salah Mohammed of the
Bubakar
Netherlands.
Salah Mohammed.
So another hoping to go over 16 metres for the first time.
Jumping 15, an Olympic Games finalist from Turkey.
Kati you may have seen him rise through the European under 23s. He won that title 4 years ago.
And
And that remains Turkish national record of 17.37. And this is Jonathan Seren of France, so World Under 20 bronze medalist in 2018. So quite a few of these men have age group medals, fighting to establish themselves on the senior stage.
So this is a replay from a little bit earlier, and that is Oriol Dongmo once again into the circle. Now Dongmo trailing Yemisi Ogunleye. That looks a very good jump indeed, with the ultimate effort of the 4th round. 19.07 from Dongmo to take the lead, and she goes back in front.
So into the second half of round 5 in the women's hammer, and that's Malvina Copron. She's had 2 fouls and she'll stay in 4th place. It's been a brilliant 4th and 5th round for Charlotte Payne of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Chipping away, improving with every throw. She's up into 3rd. So Sarah Fantini will be our final athlete to throw in round 5. Those top 4, Copron, Payne, Kosonen and Fantini go through into round 6. Fantini drifting across the circle. Hammer has landed in the sector and it has gone over 70 metres, but not that far off being a foul there for Fantini. Rounds 3 and rounds 4. I think first round effort 73.02 is still the lead. That's another throw in excess of 70 metres. 70 metres, 63 for Fantini.
I suppose, Hannah, in an event like this, you might be tempted to back athletes who have experience of the circle here. I mean, none other than Malvina Copron, of course, but sometimes you come to a new circle, or maybe you're throwing a slightly different implement, and it takes time to adjust.
So there we see the man looking at his phone, looking at a replay of the throw, the coach of Fantini and the Olympic silver medalist from 2000, Nicola Vizioni.
Redondo there on your screen. She was the athlete that finished in 8th place. So Candidates of Belgium in 7th. Burrata of Germany in 6th. Greta Alberg in 5th, the athlete just missing out on another few throws. The Polish contingent watching on. Anita Wlodarczyk, their real massive standout world record holder, or European record holder. 2:98 is she's on the comeback, Anita Wlodarczyk, from injury. She's slowly but surely chipping away.
Yeah, it's an unusual way to pick up an injury, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was chasing a burglar from her house, or a criminal.
Yeah.
Apprehending.
Car thief.
Car thief, that was it. I knew it was some sort of criminal. But you're right, it's not just the chasing, it's also the apprehending. Let's think twice about stealing a car from Anita Wlodarczyk again. Malwina Copron here representing Poland instead, and that's another throw over 70 metres. Charlotte Payne in 3rd place with 71.14. Every point counts. This is what we're talking about in the next 3 days in this European Team Championships. Malwina Copron, this competition's been fine, but if she can just chip away and get another point, especially with Italy, one of the teams trying to challenge for the title in the lead, if Malwina Copron can keep that gap a little bit smaller, teammates will help her. She measured at 71.18. She's done just that by 4 centimetres. She's leapfrogged over Payne. Charlotte Payne is the athlete to throw next. Charlotte is actually deaf. Does use hearing aids, they're not incredibly helpful for her. Severely deteriorated hearing since the age of 3. Nonetheless, has turned into a fantastic thrower. Really good series there, 71.14 in the 5th round. It's a bit off balance here in 6th.
Yeah, she smashed her personal best right throughout her series to go 3rd on the British all-time list, or consolidate her place in 3rd on the British all-time list, and now is only 2 metres off it, off the British record held by Sophie Hitchen. There's her coach Paul Dickinson.
Charlotte Payne will stay in 4th place. Silja Kosonen of Finland is the European lead, 73.78. She's the only woman in Europe to have thrown the World Championship qualifying mark, but right now she is playing second fiddle to Sarah Fantini of Italy. 20-year-old here, one final effort to take the win at the European Team Championships. The likes of Wilma Murto, Rita Herska to take wins for this Finnish team, but Silja Kosonen very keen to do so as well. That looked like a good final effort. Small thumbs up. The lead, 73.02. It's way over 70 metres here for Silja Kosonen. Is it enough? very final stages here of the women's hammer. Close, but not good enough. 72.34 for Kosonen. It is her furthest throw of the competition, but maximum points, all 16 of them, going to Italy, courtesy of Sarah Fantini. Pressure's off. She's got one last chance here. This throw's for her. What can she get out of this for her 2023 season? That's a long way over 70 metres. Now, I just mentioned that World Championship qualifier mark, 73.60. It'd be a big weight off Fantini's shoulders if she could tick that off here. She has done 73.26 this season. I think it looks as far as 73.78, Kostonen's European lead, but we mentioned we're a long way up here in the top of the stand in the Salaski Stadium. Looking down the infield, 73.26. It equals her season's best. Sarah Fantini. We would have known it was she was capable of winning. You've got an athlete like Silvia Kosonen in your field and an Olympic medalist with Marwina Kopron. To come out on top is impressive, and I'm sure that's going to be a big confidence boost for the Italian. There's the results for the women's hammer. Sarah Fantini, 73.26. Silvia Kosonen, 72.34. Marwina Kopron, 71.18. Hasn't been factored into the overall standings. That's still just showing the Femke Bol versus Natalia Kazmarek 1-2 that we saw in the women's 400 metres.
On the scoreboards, the team stands.
So now, Oriol Dongmo just looking very pensive. The fifth rounders finished. No change in the fifth round. It's still Dongmo leading the way with 19.07, which she put in the fourth round, followed by Ogunlei of Germany, 18.85, Johansson 18.29, Jessica Schilder in fourth place with 18.27. And it's those four that will contest the sixth round. If you've been watching this European Athletics live stream of the first 3 days of the team championships with the Division 2 and Division 3 contests, you'll know how this format works, and that's a foul. So no improvement for the Netherlands. Schilder would probably have liked to have gone a bit further. Looks as though she might have injured herself. Gosh, I hope that isn't what I think it is, which it looks as though her ankle is swelling up quite quickly. She might well have twisted an ankle. They're raising it very quickly. She doesn't look in too much pain, to be fair, but does look a bit dramatic.
Hopefully cramp, Phil. She was saying, can you pull my toe up? Can you? Oh, that does look like a bit of a twist there, but it's not that leg she's concerned with. There you go. Hopefully, just hopefully calf cramp, not a calf strain for Jessica Schilder.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it is cramp, although she did quite nastily twist her right foot and right ankle. But this, she's up, limping a little bit, but certainly walking. And she's been having problems. As you can see, there's some fairly heavy strapping on her right throwing arm. But she gets good points for the Netherlands, perhaps hoping for a place or two higher, but nevertheless 13 points for the Netherlands. Good points as well for Sweden at this early stage in the competition. Axelina Johansson. Always difficult for collegiate athletes who've done well in the US to come over here. It's always a long season, and I know we're only in mid to late June, but they've already been competing since early April in the collegiate system. Johansson strapping on her right wrist and taping on her fingers. Drops down at about 18 metres, 18.32. So actually the best of her series. It doesn't improve her standing any further. And it's 14 points to Sweden. Now, Yemisi Ogunlei. She's had a good competition. She's in fine form. Went over 19 metres recently. 18.85 here. She's in second place at the moment behind world indoor champion and two-time European indoor champion Oriol Dongmo. Well, it's a red flag. Couldn't quite hold on to the momentum, but it went over 19 metres. Won't count. There we go. Just spun out with that rotational technique. Nevertheless, a good effort for Ogunleye. Now, the competition has been won. 16 points go to Portugal. She stays in. That may be... she's walked out. Was around 19 metres. Thought she'd just managed to stay in. No, there we go. Just took a slight step out to the left-hand side of the circle. Oriel Dogno takes all the points for Portugal. I think they'll be quite glad to get in. I think they're probably a little bit drenched. We did have a downpour a short while ago. It's now starting to dry out again. I'm sure they'll be glad to get some dry clothes on.
It's suddenly back to bright sunshine here in Silesia, and it's time for our next track action. 2 men's 400 metre heats.
So before we get the track action, just confirmation of the standings in the shot put, and Oriel Dogno wins. The only woman over 19 metres, 19.07. Ogunleye of Germany second with 18.85, and Johansson third with 18.32. Bringing up the rear, Marielle Morken, 13.39. Disappointing result for Sarah Omoreggi, who's been over 17 metres very recently on a couple of occasions.
So here we are, ready for Heat B of the men's 400 metres. They've been patiently waiting down that good competition format here at the European Team Championships, so we can focus on those top 4 in the field events. So it is back to blazing sunshine. There's a bit of a shadow cast over the track here, so it's okay for these men.
Please welcome
Ilyak Kanakci of Turkey, competing with his age group relay squads and picking up medals at the under-20 and under-18s levels. Lorenzo Benatti had a good individual age group career, and he's graduated into that senior 4x4 squad for Italy. They made the World Championship final last season in Eugene.
In lane number 7 from the
Maciej Kurzak of the Czech Republic goes in lane 7. He was 5th in Istanbul at the European Indoor Championships.
We welcome the athlete in lane number...
Karol Zalewski of Poland was part of their Olympic gold medal winning squad in the mixed 4x4 in Tokyo. Pinnacle of their relay action there.
Lane number 5, we welcome the athlete who was 7th at the European...
Lionel Spitz of Switzerland goes in lane 5. He was 7th in Munich in his personal best at 45.46 last August.
In lane number 4,
in lane 4 is Viljami Kasalainen of Finland. The national record for 150 metres. He's going to have to go a bit further here today. He is the multiple indoor champion for Finland over this distance. Giorgio Lampropoulos of Greece goes in lane 3. 48.17 this season, but he has got a best of 47.24 from a few years ago. Final athlete on the inside in lane 2, Kasper Kashdal of Sweden, European under-18 silver medalist over 200 metres. He's won some national titles over that shorter sprint, but also over 400. New season's best 47.19 in Gothenburg just a few days ago. So we'll take the times from Heat B, compile them with Heat A. That's going off after this to get our overall standings here for the Division 1 men's 400 metres and award the relevant points. Spitz, Zalewski, Kurzak in lanes 5, 6 and 7. Those were the biggest accolades and the fastest times. But the youngster Benatti, Italy in lane 8. Try and get off to a fast start and keep the other men at bay.
So the fastest ever in this field.
Lionel Spitz losing ground in the first few metres to Zalewski of Poland. Zalewski, there goes Spitz. Now he's got into his running. Zalewski definitely had the best first 100 metres out of the athletes, but here comes Lionel Spitz, Swiss athlete, powering through 200 metres. Spitz taking the stagger out of Poland and out of the Czech Republic, and now he sets his sights on Lorenzo Bernati as they swing into the home straight. Lionel Spitz pushing from the front. Zalewski trying to gather a challenge. Lorenzo Bernati of Italy isn't done yet either. If Lionel Spitz judged this right, the Swiss athlete is going to look over to his side and see Bernati, the Italian, power past him, and Kurzak of the Czech Republic in the closing stages. 45.55 the finish time for Lorenzo Bernati, and that would be a new personal best. A well judged race there from Lorenzo Bernati. It's hard to be out in lane 8 with the other big names inside of you. Lorenzo Bernati saved a real burst of speed for the home straight.
Yeah, what a terrifically well run race by Bernati, just coming through in the closing stages after that excellent start by Switzerland. You know what? I think some of these men would have liked to have been in the A race, and it was very close actually on season's best in terms of how they were actually seeded. Bernati, I'm not sure whether he looks like he's in pain there.
We saw it from Jaeger as well in the women's race. It is hot. It is really hard work here today. I think Bernati showing really the fatigue that's set in there.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been one of a generation of young Italian 400 runners that have really burst through in recent years. But yeah, once again, they're trying to establish themselves at senior level. Eduardo Scotti, another of those that. Brilliant performance from Bernati, which will also be quite a respectable time when we come to seeing what those in the A race can produce. And Karol Zalewski, I mean, no offence to him, but he's sort of a 400 athlete that really does blow hot and cold. A key part of some of their mixed relay teams and men's 4x4s over the years, but sometimes, especially in front of a home crowd, he really faded badly there.
Second page.
Lorenzo Bernati begging a volunteer for some water.
Currently in ninth. Spain have moved out of the bottom
Kurzak finishing strongly for the Czech Republic.
Long way to go.
Clinch that second place, so won't be the points they'll get. We'll have to wait and see how Heat A ends up. But Bernati taking the win from Kurzak. Spitz in third.
Yeah, so men's 400 A race coming up in a moment's time. We'll see the young Norwegian Havard Bendal Ingevoldsen, who's recently improved significantly to 44.86, so keep an eye out for him. Meanwhile, after 3 events, as you can see, the hosts, Poland, leading here in Silesia from Belgium, interestingly, and then Italy, of course, that win for Fantini in the women's hammer in third place, but matched on points with Germany. So reminder that bottom 3 places relegated to the second division at the moment. France find themselves there along with Turkey and Greece. As we see the overhead shot of the Śląski Stadion and all the infrastructure around it. That's the warm-up track as well. And over to the triple jump for the first time, and Turkey's Niakati in this first round now. Good speed down the runway, and you can see those superimposed marks in the sand. Could this be about to take the lead? So I mentioned that national record from 2019, very capable of going well over 17 metres. There are a number of men in this field, and it's a bit more wide open without Pichado of Portugal. 16.57, the season's best for our new leader, Nakatier of Turkey. Tsiamis of Greece now in this second round, so finds himself in 4th place. And another who could be about to move up the standings. Gets the green indicator. You can see he's well back, plenty of space there.
And 38, third position now in this men's triple jump.
The athletes take a bit more of a risk now. They know they've got a good marker on the board. I think he'll know that he could have been much closer. 16.38 above Bryce Davis of Britain now. to Kouassi of Switzerland. So looking to get inside the top 8. And well back there, as he knows he's capable of more. So 14.12 so far. To be inside the top 8, you need 15.27. That's the mark of Pablo Torrijos, who was third 2 years ago, the last edition of these European Athletics Team Championships. Kouassi hasn't found his rhythm just yet. As many as four athletes who are yet to measure a valid jump. De Decker of Belgium, he is one of those. Another who's well back around 14 metres. But of course, said it earlier, worth reminding you that any kind of valid jump equals points. Those DNFs, DQs, 3 fouls would be 0, so can make a big difference. As we saw in some of the relays as well, a couple of DQs, a couple of DNFs, and suddenly someone who finishes just gets 5 points. Baker, 13 out of 16 in the standings at this stage in the men's triple jump competition. Jude Bright-Davis, one of those who's improved this year to 16.28, very close to that, so should get a decent handful of points. And what a great confidence booster as well, to be so close to your lifetime best in the first round. 4 years ago in this competition, Britain's Ben Williams won with a massive PB. So real senior breakthrough for him. Has struggled with injury over the years, has Williams. Bright-Davis winning the UK indoor title. And quite often at these championships, those with early season great performances are rewarded. Selection is made kind of early to mid-June. Not everyone has peaked at that point. As we see there, 15.56 pop up for Jude Bright-Davis. So we'll keep an eye on the men's triple jump and see how it develops. But about to take centre stage is the A race of the men's 400 metres. So if you weren't with us a moment ago, it was a terrific championship record, 49.82 for Femke Bol of the Netherlands. And they've got another excellent 400 runner here. Here Marvin Bonavacia. There is Alex Haydock Wilson. Great Britain, Northern Ireland, a bronze medalist in Munich last year. 45.08 at best. Alex Haydock Wilson. Into a great individual talent and a key part of the relay team. Coming away with 2 medals from Munich last year. But this young man, Havard Bendal Ingevoldsen, 44.86. National record at the recent Bislett Games in Oslo, so over a second improvement this year. Joao Coelho, lifetime best in Greece last month of 45.22. Portuguese, this wonderful Uber design on the French kit. This is David Sombe. David Sombe. Gold in the relay, the 4x4 at the European Under-23s.
Welcome from the Netherlands, 4th in Munich last
2 years ago. There is the dancing Bonavacia. 48 at best from 2 years ago. Ran 45.30 in Geneva just over a week ago. Manuel Sanders, very similar kind of time this year, 45.36 in Regensburg. Also a European relay champion. Dylan Borlée, he's the fastest in Belgium this year, which is always a big prize to get. Actually had down before the start of this race that Kevin was going to start, but they've done a swap, and you know what, brother Jonathan holds the championship record of probably 4.99, as we see Iñaki Cañal of Spain, 45.56 in Huelva, in his home country this month. I was just saying about early season performances being rewarded. Well, that also builds into the narrative of some have only recently set season's bests and PBs as well. And these athletes, some of them trying to peak for the World Athletics Championships coming up later this summer in Budapest. This could be the perfect time to produce an excellent performance on that journey. Cañal, Borlée, Sanders, Bonavassia, Haydock, Wilson, Coelho, Ingevaldsen and Somb. Going off nicely right on the inside, Cañal of Spain, to come past Dylan Borlée, as we see Bonavassia in the orange and blue of the Netherlands, always with the shades on. Next, Haydock Wilson, the fastest in the UK this year, really establishing himself as a senior talent who will emerge down this home straight. Bonavassia with Cañal just fading on the inside as Coelho in the green of Portugal starts to come through, and now Bento Ingevaldsen left it oh so very late. 44.89 seconds. Well, another 400-metre championship record goes here. A tenth faster than Jonathan Borlée all the way back in 2010. What an impressive breakthrough for this young Norwegian. It was on home soil in Oslo, 44.86, and he has produced that sort of form once again here in Poland.
European Under-20 Championship.
Yes, Henrietta Jaeger, who won the B race a little bit earlier in a personal best, and not very far from the Norwegian record herself, cheering
So super running and good points.
her compatriot Ingevaldsen home. That recent personal best, 44.86, 2 hundredths outside of it himself now, and reduces the existing championship record by 11 hundredths. So fantastic run there from the Norwegian. Looking at it again, well, as always, the Marvin Bonavaccia going through his quite recognisable P-race routine. Bonavaccia having a good start here as we look at this very nice overhead shot, gives you a good feeling of what's going on. So did Sanders, but then Ingevaldsen, just as he did in Oslo, takes his time over the first 200 metres, if that's the right phrase, before coming through extremely strongly. He holds his form down the home straight, goes past Coelho, and then reels in Bonavaccia. It was a thrilling race over those final few metres just to see who was going to come through. I wasn't by any stretch of the imagination sure that Ingevaldsen was going to make it. He left it very late indeed. I think he got past the two men on his inside with maybe 5 metres to go. You be the judge of that, but whatever way you view it, it was certainly an outstanding run from Ingevaldsen. And with Karsten Volholm, all they need is 2 more members and they've got a world-beating 4x400 metre team.
And the Norwegian flag is already out, as we see there, Ingevaldsen on the photo finish. So we've now had 4 championship records across all divisions. Femke Bol, I just mentioned, also Christian Che in the discus, and Luisa Gega in the 3,000 metre steeplechase for Albania. Here is the full confirmed result. You can see that João Coelho of Portugal with that new national record in second, ahead of Bonavassia. And this is what happens when we combine the 2 results. You can see that Benati's time from the B race gets into the top 8. So more points for Italy there, who are among those we expect to see battling for top spot in the overall standings. Netherlands have started well also.
Well, the thought does cross my mind is that Norway are going to have a very good mixed relay team at the World Championships.
We would like to thank the commercial
Netherlands
partners
at the moment, after 4 events,
They'll
Well,
help to stage the 2023
on the tie-break
European
rules, Netherlands are
Athletics
first,
Championships
at
here
46
in
points,
Sessia.
the same as Poland and Germany. That's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Very, very close. Still very early stages though. Switzerland, Turkey and Greece, 3 of the nations we did expect to be towards the bottom, battling to avoid relegation, are indeed in the bottom 3.
Bocchi of Italy is in the top 3 as far as this triple jump competition is concerned. So having a look here at his second round effort, and he absolutely loves it. So already with a great jump of 16.48, which was, you may remember, an initial lead before Nekati Er of Turkey overtook him with 16.57. These men growing in confidence all the time. 16.78, that wind remaining rather still as well for these athletes.
Back to the track for the women's 5,000 metres. This is probably the kindest conditions we've seen for any of the 5,000 metres. They've all been very impressive. Salpeter tried to run away from Louisa Geiger in Division 3, didn't manage it, around 15.32. In a very hot morning. And Agata Kone of Latvia, the 18-year-old, around 15.15 to win Division 2. Clara Lukin of Slovenia, very good pacemaking job there for Agata Kone, but that 15.15 has set the standard here.
16 athletes,
Division
all lined
1.
up. Starting
Very,
at the
very
200
strong
metre
athletes
point,
down
12 and a
there.
half laps to the beautiful stadium here in Poland.
Nadia Batacleti, one of those there with 13 on her hip.
Rosenberg of Netherlands on the outside. Sjöberg of Sweden joins us in
Mariana
position 52.
Machado,
Welcome
European
in
silver
lane
medalist over
position
3,000
14
metres,
from
and
Portugal, the three-time
loads of the
champion.
cross-country races. Tremendous battles over the years between Mariana Machado, this woman, Italy's Nadia Batacleti, and Clara Lukin, who I mentioned was in a different division with her Slovenian team. 7th in Tokyo for Batacleti, 14.46 back in 2021. She's done 15.01 this season.
And then let's have a little pause for the
Marquez of Spain.
10 from Poland.
Very good, 4.05 recently, good new personal best. Polish athlete, Konachek, getting away with the crowd.
Watch over the Czech Republic.
There's a steeplechaser perhaps.
And we pause in position 8. the
Nehemiah
European
picked up a really
Championship
good silver medal over the 3,000 metre steeplechase in Munich. When we talk about nations rising to the occasion of hosting the championships, Nehemiah was one of that German squad that really outperformed herself.
Lisa Roos joins us from Belgium.
So very good over 5,000 metres as well.
Asu of Greece, the 19-year-old with us, then guest of Norway. Back of France.
The set of Norway,
The women's
15.30, as has Manon Trapp of France. 6 or 7 women in this field capable of running under 15.30. Nadia Batacleti, the only athlete that's gone sub 15.
So
Hannah
the women's
Nuttall,
5,000.
Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 15.25 on her debut. There she is in the front. One of a couple of athletes with very fast 1500 metre times this season as well. Her and Marquez, the Spanish athlete that I highlighted before, both on 4.05, and that's dangerous if this race goes nice and slowly. So there goes Nadia Batacleti straight to the fore.
Personal best this season.
She's 23 years old now. She's been working her way through the age groups of the European Athletics Championships, particularly in the cross country. She did take a win to run most recently in the under-23 age group, but she could have had every right to go and test herself against the seniors, but it was similar to Jakob Ingebrigtsen, just taking her time through the age groups and really enjoying the opportunity to pick up multiple titles at that stage. Nadia Batacleti, now a fully fledged senior.
Currently in third position.
15.01 in Montesson in France at the Fast 5K event a couple of weeks ago. It's a shade outside the World Championship qualifying mark. That sits at 14.57. Could be beyond these women here without a pacemaker. Leah Meyer, the steeplechase specialist.
So keep an eye. Looks
Right on the shoulder of Batacleti.
about the points of
74 through the first 400 metres. It's underneath 15.30 pace, but it's not lightning quick.
400 metres in 74.9 seconds.
Well, at the European Athletics Team Championships 2 years ago, Nadia Batacleti, she was just 21 at that point, and she won the 5,000 metres. Yaman Bahan Kripa, who goes in the main event this year, also won. He'll be looking for a third consecutive triumph at this competition. It was in fact the year though that Italy won everything. Remember that? The Euro football, the Eurovision Song Contest, the men's Olympic high jump, the 100 metres, but they are predicted to be very strong here. Batacleti, whether it seems to be the European Cross-Country Championships or the age groups, she just seems to produce wonderful performances on the European stage in particular.
She does, and Nadia Batacleti, she's not going to be intimidated by leading this field, and you almost feel if she wasn't at the front, the rest of the athletes would be kind of wondering where she was, and it could have got really, really slow if she'd done anything other than shoot straight to the front. And as you can see the graphic on the left-hand side of our screen indicating we're on round about 15:30 pace. If they maintain this, I'm sure they will lift and kick. And I wonder if they care about 18-year-old Agate Kone and her 15:15 time. At the moment, it just looks like they're content to run at a decent pace. None of the athletes swinging wide for water there. Does indicate the slight drop in temperature we've got today. It's 25 degrees versus it's 29-30 we've seen for many of the sessions here so far at the European Team Championships. Nadia Batacleti has been leading since the gun went off, just heading towards the first kilometre split.
And it's still the Italian, happy to lead the way.
Still pretty much bunched up
in this women's 5,000 metres.
3:06. Bang on 15:30 pace. Economic from Batacleti.
I was going to throw this over to you, Hannah. Would you have expected this? I mean, we've seen plenty of European Cup, and then before it migrated into the European Team Championship races, which had been slow tactical affairs. 15:30 is fairly decent.
It's fine, and I think we spoke a little bit about this yesterday. If you move a race into an endurance race into the realms of sort of respectability, that's at least the ballpark figure for the personal bests in the field, you reduce the unpredictability. It's when you have those really, really slow races that literally anything can happen. Whereas the Nadia Batacleti, she's a 15-minute woman this season, and she's here operating at 15:30. So for her, that's very easy. For a lot of these athletes behind with PBs in 15:20, 15:25, it's very close to their limit. So why would you let it be 16 minutes and suddenly it's easy for everybody? You want it to only be easy for yourself and perhaps someone like Leah Meyer.
Well, there's not much change going on out there. It's still Batacleti coming through and leading the way, taking control of the pace from the front with Meyer and the likes of the Norwegian just tucked in behind her, Engeset of Norway. Would they have sat down, for instance, would Batacleti or Meyer have sat down with their coaches and looked down the start list and said, yeah, there's only really about 3 or 4 people in there that we perhaps should be worried about? Or would they have just not worried about that at all, not thought that through, overthinking?
No, 100%. I think you'd sit down in an event like this where points matter. We'll come back to that.
In the men's triple jump.
Tsiamis, third round of the triple jump, finds himself in third place, 16:38.
19 centimetres behind.
19 more centimetres to improve. He's quite close to those superimposed marks. So the Greeks watching on and enjoying Tsiamis' performance. That is much, much closer.
Well, it was a 2:29
spot on.
At 800 metres in this women's 5,000 metres. We've gone through the first
Very
kilometre
experienced
in a
Greek, of course.
3:06. Babato Saletti,
Long
the Italian,
established career.
leading the way.
As we know, in the men's long jump, of course, Miltiadis Tentoglu has been rewriting the scripts as part of a great generation of Greek field eventers. 16:38 remaining is best Tsiamis.
So we were speculating, would the Italian team management and or Nadia Batacleti have looked at this field and their times and said this is the appropriate tactic, and I definitely think they would, Phil. I think you'd look down that line and go, like, Leah Meyer has done 15:06. That's very, very respectable. The danger Batacleti's doing here is just being a pacemaker for the German. But everybody else behind is outside 15:20. That they're on their limit. They're having a nice ride. They could be on for a personal best. But when it comes to lifting a sprint finish, I think Batacleti has perhaps turned this into a 2-person race with another 3:06 kilometre. So she's very, very comfortable here.
I have noted that Hannah Nuttall ran a 4:05 PB recently, so she's obviously got a good turn of speed and is in form, certainly over distances perhaps a bit lower down lower down the ladder, so to speak, from the 5,000 metres. So there's one or two other people in there who might also be considered to be good sprinters as well.
Well, that's it. Agueda Marquez and Hannah Nuttall on those 405s. And when you look at a start list like this as well, Battlecletti would have gone, I'm not a 405 1500 metre runner. I can't leave myself vulnerable to those two, so she's taken it out pretty much bang on their limit. They're 15:25 runners. But Hannah Nuttall, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, is an interesting athlete. She's only run one 5k ever, so we perhaps don't know what her ceiling is. Now this is interesting. Nadia Battlecletti has very happily relinquished the lead. She didn't have to, but she said, well, 2k at 15:30 pace is enough. Let's have someone else have a go, and I would expect Nadia Battlecletti, you can see she's navigated herself off the rail there. She's protecting her position in the top 5 or 6. Hannah Nuttall having to go very wide. I don't think they would have particularly sped up here or slowed down. The French women pushing at the front at the moment. We'll have to see, we're going to get another lap split when they come here, but Manon Trapp 15:22, so she's another athlete that would want it to be a respectable pace.
Well, Trapp going to the front, I think visibly the pace has slowed down. Before it was at around 15:30 to 15:35, and it's now drifting back with Trapp at the front to 15:45 pace. So we have the benefit of 200 metre splits on our commentator information system, and certainly Trapp has slowed it down at the front there. I'm not necessarily sure she can do much about it, and it looks as though Maya the German is just enjoying the ride at the moment.
Yeah, 77 lap there, well spotted, Phil. They are slowing down. It's been 74s pretty much the whole time Nadia Battlecletti was leading, and Battlecletti is, I think she's trying to decide what to do here. Trapp looks over her shoulder saying, come on, I do not want to lead this whole field. Ingeset of Norway, and the athlete being pushed to the front now. Expected to see Carolina Bekele Grovdale here representing Norway. I think she's struggling with a bit of mid-season injury, so Ingeset coming in instead, but she has broken her personal best this season, 15:26, and they're just losing track here of any opportunity at a personal best. The 3k mark will come round in the next 150 metres, at pace staying well outside 15:30 now. You can see what that does to the field there, pushing and shoving as people slow down and speed back up. Mariana Machado had a very good couple of 5Ks already this season. Portuguese woman just moving around the outside now to pick up the pace. New personal best of 15:15, back that up with a 15:19 in France. So she's in shape, but she might also have tired legs. It's the third kilometre, 3:13, so much slower than we had for the opening two.
3:26 through the 3 kilometre mark, and there's 5 laps to go, and it's now Leah Mayer going into the front and perhaps turning the screw just a little bit. She looks as though she has cranked up the pace, but certainly now they've gone from being very bunched to now single file. Leah Mayer being followed by Battlecletti of Italy, and also Trapp up there, Marquez of Spain, coming around the long way, just taking it very steadily. She's not got much speed in her legs, but Camilla Richardson is a very, very astute long distance runner, recently set a Finnish best over 10,000 metres, possibly slightly outside her comfort zone over 5,000, but I do know that she's going up distance. She's run some really good half marathons recently and is focusing more on the marathon. But Camilla Richardson now, you can see the blue vest of Finland, and she's coming up there. She wants to make this a decent pace, and I have a feeling that this pace is now starting to pick up just a little bit. There has been a slight increase of pace with Leah Mayer at the front. Richardson now getting up there as well, but as I say that, they've also Konstantina back. But we've got about 9 women up in that leading group. And Poland's local representative, Konachek, just starting to drift off the back.
It was a 74-second lap back to respectable, so 15:30 pace, and I wonder that Konstantina might be because they've just seen 4 laps to go and a mile to go in a 5k. That's okay, you can get your head around that, it's not too intimidating. You were right to pick out Camilla Richardson of Finland as a 10k specialist, a good half marathoner. She would have seen 4 laps to go and probably thinks she's got to start sprinting. She's got 4:05 runners in there, but they are spread out across the track. Camilla Richardson doing very well to to probably block any moves from someone behind that might fancy having a go, and being totally ready to react to Batacleti. Maya, good moves as well from Portugal's Machado.
Well, we've got about 4 minutes of running still to go. I do really appreciate your insights into this. What does somebody like Richardson, who's in good form but doesn't have 1,500 metre speed, do at this stage in the race?
They start sprinting, Phil, and a sprint is all relative. When you're a 10,000 metre runner, a 1,200 metre sprint is okay. And Camilla Richardson, so that's a 76. It's not that quick. I don't know if she will be looking at lap by lap, but it's the same for Batacleti as well. She'll be within herself here. They're going to hit 4 kilometres down the back straight. And if you take a look there at Aguida Marquez, the Spanish athlete, she's wearing red. She's just tucked in third place. You can barely see her, hidden behind Maya and Batacleti. She is one of those 405 women, as is Hannah Nuttall of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, just behind the Portuguese and the French athletes. And they're going to be licking their lips. Every 200 or 400 that stays outside 74 or 75s is going to sound very, very good to Spain and Great Britain and Northern Ireland right now. 3:08 for the 4th kilometre, so they've lifted it ever so slightly, but it's going to be an 800 metre burn-up.
Yes, Batacleti still at the front. We've just gone through the 4 kilometre mark. Batacleti once again at the front, just controlling the race very, very well. I think, though, she must be worried about Leah Meyer, because Leah Meyer recently 15:06 5,000 metres at the start of May, and then she's also got a 4:10 1,500 metres PB, and she's a 3,000 metre steeplechase specialist. It's looking as though this is going to turn into a very interesting, almost cat and mouse duel between Batacleti and Meyer, although Marquez is still tucked in there, and there's a whole number of other runners as well that you certainly can't discount. And it's going backwards and forwards, the pace. So we've just got under 2 laps to go, lap and a half, and now Hannah Nuttall moving to the front, steadily moving to the front. And this is the woman, as we were saying, that no doubt Meyer, Batacleti and their coaches and the likes of Camilla Richardson up there will have observed that she's got a recent 4:05 1,500 metre personal best to her credit, and she's looking very strong indeed. Nuttall at the front, even though she's going slightly into unknown territory with only one 5 kilometre race to her credit. So with 500 metres to go, it's Batacleti now in front once again as they move towards the bell.
You talk about coaching input. Hannah Nuttall, coached by Helen Clitheroe, European indoor champion over 3,000 metres. She knows her way around a tactical European race. Hannah Nuttall extracted herself from the group around about 400 metres ago, moved herself ready to be poised to strike, but as has Aguida Marquez, the 2 women with those recent fantastic 1,500 metre times. Nadia Batacleti started this kick probably with 600 metres to go. It's been a slow wind up. It wasn't an explosion of pace, but that was a bit of a lift for Batacleti. This woman rarely races underneath 5,000 metres, and she's making the 1,500 metre runners look slow. This is so impressive of Nadia Batacleti. She's opened her stride up here and nobody can respond. She's just hit her 5k personal best time there, and she's got around about 100 metres to go. She is running within herself, and she's saved something very special here for a closing lap. It's going to be another win for Italy to go with that of Sarah Fantani from the women's hammer. That's a massive winning margin for Nadia Batacleti, all made in the closing lap, and a respectable time in the end, 15:25. Hannah Nuttall of Great Britain and Northern Ireland coming through for second, and Aguida Marquez of Spain for third. A strong finish for Norway. Inga Seth coming through for fourth.
Well, Hannah Nuttall literally and metaphorically has run herself into the ground. Just her second ever 5,000 metres, just outside the personal best from a few weeks ago. But a very, very good run indeed from the Briton in a team competition. But Nadia Batacleti had the measure of everybody almost from the gun. I think Batacleti, well, it looks like a battlefield. Just look at everybody strewn out, prone on the track. But Batacleti is the one that is head and shoulders above everybody else. Well, everybody else is lying on the track, gasping for breath. Batacleti goes over to the photographers, and says, look,
that are coming
good
in.
run
The Czech
that race.
Republic athlete making her way across the
Really
line.
was a tactical masterpiece from Nadia Batokleti. And we've seen her do this so many times at the cross-country championships. Just lure people in. You want them running just close to their limit when you're not. And she let the pace drop a tiny bit in that third kilometre. It lifted again naturally as the women started competing. Nadia Batokleti put the hammer down.
Big surprise to me, Leah Mayer, who you can see here on the replay at this early stages of the race. And I don't think this is about 3 kilometres into the race where Mayer actually takes the lead. She goes backwards on that last 400 metres. She had absolutely nothing to offer at the bell, and I think finished around 7th or 8th. We'll give you confirmation of those results very shortly.
I think that's the cumulative effect of the heat here, Phil. I think these women were operating at a good pace, but the cumulative fatigue that sets in when it's hot and humid, it can just really knock you for 6 very suddenly. Whereas you might, in cooler conditions, it would be a bit of a more gradual sort of. You'd notice you were starting to feel tired, that your breathing had gone a bit, and I think it can be an extreme change in the way you feel when you're running in heat and humidity like this. And Nadia Batokleti would have, like you say, talked to her coaching team and gone, you know, what, 15:30 pace now, we're probably going to feel like 15:15 pace for some of these women, and that will cause damage. Not to back Nadia Batokleti, and that's a big confidence boost for her.
Just to come in with a quick stat, so Batokleti becomes the first repeat winner of the women's 5,000 metres at this competition since Dolores Checa of Spain in 2011, and Helen Clitheroe of Great Britain was third on that day, and I think I heard you say that she now coaches Hannah Nuttall, who was second.
Helen Clitheroe definitely knows her way around one of these races, and she's navigated Hannah Nuttall to a second here ahead of Aguida Marquez. Nadia Batokleti of Italy, maximum points. It's been a strong showing from Italy already here, with 2 wins between Batokleti and Fantini in the women's hammer. Great personal best further down the field there. Karasu of Turkey nudging herself underneath the 16 minutes.
Past 15 metres and 67. The Diversity of Poland is occupying.
See a variety of teams in the stands, and many of them are watching the triple jump.
Yes, you can see an Italian on the runway. This is Bocchi, our leader here. And that green line is his own mark of 16:78. Certainly been quite animated, has the Italian. So we have a look at the contingent of his teammates watching on. And some athletes were saying in the press conference as well that they might be more inclined to watch others' performances. It contributes towards those overall team standings. Lovely shot there, but I fear for that camera. Very close to the action indeed. So 16:84, a small improvement by 6 centimetres, but they all count. You can see that top 3 has remained the same since we last looked in at this triple jump competition. Pereira of Portugal under pressure here. Needs to make sure he gets a valid jump in, and that could be a brilliant one. So deputising here for Pichado. You can see him just practicing his run up off camera and makes sure that he's a little cautious. Could be another athlete over 16 metres, surely will be. He's been told to focus. 16:32, he moves up into 4th place.
Well, that was a good safe jump there from Pereira, but he's having run-up problems without a doubt. So now it's the women's discus. There's the full 16-woman lineup. Of course, one woman to pick out there, the 2016 Olympic silver medalist Melina Robert Michon, who is still throwing magnificently well into her 40s. Robert Michon, now 43 years of age. So there's Jade Lally, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, throwing just over 61 metres this year. The Briton, Commonwealth Games medal, Sven Ames. There's Kristen Pudenz, now And she's been throwing extremely well this year. 66.34 the best. Aboard a teacher. Well, current national champion from Czech Republic, Daria Zabowska. Zabowska, European under-23 silver medalist back in 2017, 4 times national champion for Poland. June Kitana, Spaniard, has improved to 57.83. Natalia Siponen, 5 times national champion.
Let's welcome the European number 7 this year.
Has thrown over 60 metres, but not this year. Daisy Oskue. She was last year, 2022, the European Throwing Cup winner.
The European number 8 from
Holiday,
Portugal.
a very good thrower. This is the woman who won in this stadium 2 years ago, Liliana Carr of Portugal. She's thrown 64 metres this year. We do have a lot of very good throwers who've thrown well over 60 metres in this field this year. Cassia Maria Lindfors of Sweden. 22 years of age, the Swede at US University.
Let's welcome an
Corinne
athlete
Nukta,
who twice has won the national title of Turkey.
Dutch woman. Here's Nurten Mermer of Turkey.
From France, a World Championship silver medalist and Olympic medalist.
I mentioned, well, on my biographical notes, there's a very, very long list of accolades. Olympic Games silver medalist back in 2016, and then World Championships silver medalist in 2013, a decade ago, but still throwing over 65 metres. Lotta Flatum of Norway, 59 metre plus thrower last year. Filipidou of Greece, struggling to find the best form this year, just over 50 metres for the Greek. Greeks struggling for points at this early stages in the competition. Chiara Baumann of Switzerland. The Swiss have a few good athletes, but Baumann, anything more than a handful of points will be a success for the Swiss in this particular event. Catalina Liessens of Belgium. National champion Liessens coming in here to try and get points for Belgium.
And also on the big screen, the standings after
Belgium at the moment.
Division 1.
Well, they've had a few successes. Belgium, predictions suggest that they may be amongst the battlers against relegation. This is how things stand after 5 events. Belgium down there in 8th, but the way being led by Italy, with Germany both on 58 points. Portugal not far behind with 55 points. Great Britain, Northern Ireland 4th on the tie-break rules with 55. Portugal and Germany could both bank very good points indeed in this particular competition. And down at the bottom, Switzerland, Turkey and Greece at the moment. Back to the triple jump. Here's the Finn.
Yes, Saro Davidila, staring down at the runway. 15.76 from the opening round, putting him in 7th place. As you'd expect, we've gone forward with the top 8, unable to execute there, to his frustration. Pretty close, as Swiderski of Poland is just 1 centimetre back from him. So those in positions 5 to 8. We have 5 rounds, and the top 4 getting that final 6th round jump. And there's a shot of the leaderboard as it stands. 6 men, so all of those in front of Davidila now over 16 metres.
Well, Jade Lally quickly into the circle, just over 55 metres for the Briton. And now Kristen Pudenz. Pudenz, one of the favourites to do well in this competition, through her season's best of 66.34 in that famous German throws meeting in Halle. Came about a month ago. Throwing well since then. very quick arm. Pudenza, of course, Olympic Games silver medalist 2 summers ago. Slight surprise there, but she followed it up with a European Championship silver medal on home soil in Munich last August. Much less of a surprise. So 64.01, that really has set a standard with just the second throw of this competition from Kristen Pudenza. Our teacher of Czech Republic. 54-metre throw this season. Kristen Pudenza, a bit of a hard act to follow. That drops down at about 46 metres, I think. Just looking at the officials with the measuring implement, dashing out to where the 1 kilogram discus dropped down. A bit better, 48.90.
So plenty of action to keep you across inside this Slavski Stadium. Let's see how things are going in this triple jump competition. Thiago Pereira, you might say he was a very lucky boy. 2 fouls and then an excellent jump in round number 3. That allows him to continue. 16.32. He needs 6 centimetres to match the jump of Siamis, who has more than 1 valid jump so far. So 16.39 would move him up into the top 3. Gritting his teeth as he comes through. And another great jump, just showing what he's capable of after having those run-up issues a little earlier. But it is another red indicator. And cue the frustration for Pereira. And the Queen of Portugal once again. Not too far over. Well, the good thing from his point of view is that no one else has managed to improve in this 4th round. So he stays where he is for now. And Siamis in 3rd, as mentioned, on 16.38. So just as it was last time, he needs 19 centimetres to go up into 2nd. I think that was fairly clear as day, though, to my eyes, that was a foul. Let the camera give us a closer look, but yes. So just like Pereira, Siamis fouls.
Well, we've got 2 field events going on at the moment, the women's discus and the men's triple jump, and the men's pole vault just about to start as well.
Yeah, that's right. So have a look along this list. We will have 2 pools of athletes alongside one another. These are the athletes with the higher personal best. Piotr Lisek, of course, a standout name, a real veteran of Polish athletics, but a great competitor as well. And he's hoping to do what Robert Sobera did 2 years ago inside this stadium and take maximum points for his country.
So our first athlete then, let's welcome from Germany, a season's best of 5 metres and 65.
This is Germany's Julian Ludwig.
Julian Ludwig.
5.72 his best, and those best performances include indoors as well, in which many of them have been set. Valentin Imsons, the Swiss, 5.61. So many of these athletes very close to 6 metres.
Representant Finlandi, Juho Alassari.
Juho Alassari of Finland.
Nice smile. We welcome from Spain a 2-time national indoor champion.
Titskas Hispani.
The Spaniard Isidro Leiva.
Let's welcome from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Commonwealth Games
Group
silver
B.
medalist in Birmingham last year.
The former European junior champion Adam Haig.
Adam Haig. From the Czech Republic, their national champion last season.
Czas na mistrza
Barter of the Czech Republic. 5:53, his
From
lifetime
Portugal,
best.
their national champion in 2020.
Reprezentant Portugalii.
Pedro Boaro.
And the last athlete
He's
in Group
improving
B,
this year to
Walter Bundesliga.
5:51.
Listę startową grupy B zamyka reprezentant Szwecji.
So once again, I don't think it's any disrespect to say deputising for Mondo Duplantis here, William Asker of Sweden.
Welcome a Polish vaulting
Expect a
legend.
cheer for Piotr Lisek
Na początku grupy A wicemistrza świata z 2017
in this competition. You can see over 6 metres. He's a great character. He was saying earlier that he smiles all the time because his teeth are too big for his mouth.
The list is long, he's so good. Let's welcome from
I'll let
the
he
Dutch
and his
team,
dentist be the judge of that.
European number 4 this year.
Czas na
Menno Vloon
Holandii.
Menno
of the
Vloon.
Netherlands,
Thumbs up. Let's welcome
world
the European number
indoor
6
and
this
European
year from
indoor fifth
Belgium.
placer.
Tyczka z Belgii.
Ben Broders.
Ben Broders of Belgium, 2017 European Under-23 champion.
Reprezentant
2 years later,
Norwegii.
Paul Horgendillifos won the European Under-20 title.
Welcoming Group A, the athlete from Italy, a World Championship
European senior
finalist.
medalist as well. Claudio Michel Stecchi of Italy, the World University Games bronze medalist 6 years ago.
Man from Greece, the Olympic finalist.
Manuel Karalis, now a training partner of Piotr Lisek.
Manuel Karalis.
Lisek was very complimentary about Karalis, rejuvenating him in some ways.
Championship finalist from Turkey.
Talking of rejuvenation, this is an exciting young talent, Ersu Şaşma of Turkey, the European Under-23 bronze medalist a couple of years ago.
Championship finalist.
Thibaut Collet, who at the European Seniors in Munich last year came fifth. 5.82 at best, he's 1 centimetre off that this year. I feel like we're mentioning those European age group competitions a lot, but yes, for some of these bolters really emerging in the last few years.
I have to say as well, very, very important stepping stone to senior success. And this year, of course, next month we have European Under-23 Championships and the European Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem coming up in August. And many of the competitors here in Silesia graduated through those contests.
Na torze 9 reprezentant Szwajcarii, Ramon Witwi.
First of two races in the men's 800 metres on the outside, Ramon
Next to the
Witwi.
18-year-old, we welcome the athlete from Portugal, 4 times their national champion.
2 years of age, Witwi improved recently to 147.64. There's the two-time national champion from Portugal,
Na torze 7
Jose Carlos Pinto. On his inside, very promising Turkish runner, Mehmet Silla, and who might well be featuring at the European Under-23 Championships I've just mentioned. Brian Rugol, not far from his personal best with a recent run of 146.65 in Ordingen. This is the man who I would say is possibly the favourite. Very experienced Czech international Filip Schneider.
In lane 4,
And
the 4-time
146.52 recently in Poznan. Peter Klaus of Belgium. On his inside.
Peter Klaus.
Peter Klaus, 4 times national champion, over 2 laps of the track.
Witamy reprezentanta
The Greek.
na torze 3.
Charidamos Yanidakis.
And let's welcome the athlete in lane number 2.
48 man, might struggle to keep up with this group. Here's a man, 19 years of age, slotting in as a late replacement, but Andreas Gimmerud in there to get good points for Norway. Championship record 145.11. Possibly not the occasion to see that challenged, although we've already seen one championship record go today. From the inside, it's Gimmerud of Norway, Chenidakis, Greece, Klaus of Belgium, Schneider, Czech Republic, Ugel of Netherlands, Celik of Turkey, Pinto of Portugal, and on the outside as they come into The break point, Whitfley of Switzerland.
Already been overtaken by the Norwegian athlete on the lane inside.
So they come round the bend, head for the inside, and it is Schneider at the moment showing at the front. Well, we were talking a lot during the 5,000 metres about the runners looking at their opponents, assessing what needs to be done. Schneider, fastest man both on seasonal form and his career best, has a personal best of 1:45.56. And that puts him over a second quicker than anybody else in this field. Pinto on his shoulder. Schneider just happy to lead at the moment. But it's Pinto who's gone to the 4, 51.48. That's quick in a B race at these European Athletics Team Championships. 51.5 is good running indeed. Well, Pinto has made a statement by going to the front. Also up there, Bogle. And these men are actually running for personal best without a doubt. Schneider tucked in, watching what's going on. Coming up fast on the outside. Another man who's in form. Whitfley, just 18 years of age. There's Bogle going to the front. Now Bogle heading for home. Now Schneider starting to find a good point to attack, but he's got Whitfley coming around the outside. That could mean that Schneider's just a little bit boxed as they come into the home straight. And Bogle is doing well at the front. Whitfley, though, starting to attack. Schneider has just found a way through, I think, but Whitfley has just found a turn of speed. Gets in front of the very experienced Schneider, and it's the 18-year-old Swiss runner. 1:46.73. So a personal best by almost a second for Whitfley, coming off that fast early pace of 51.5 seconds.
Whitfley there was a very well judged race. Hopefully we're going to see on the replay it was a big move down the back straight for Whitfley, and he had a smooth run, he had a clear run, but he also made some very positive moves. And Schneider, I was impressed with his guts there, trying to get back into the front, into the lead after getting swallowed up a little bit at the belt. It was a strong finish as well for Çelik of Turkey, very nearly caused an upset. I'm not sure this result is accurate. I reckon the Turkish athlete might have got himself up into second, but we'll have a look at that home straight replay. Philipp Schneider, good season's best, a great lifetime best. He was just keen to get this race moving. It was very nice through the belt. There's also aggressive running here from Pinto of Portugal. Maybe didn't have the fastest time in the field, perhaps feeling like he had to set himself up. At this point, Bram Bugel of the Netherlands is working hard, but Whitfley of Switzerland in the red vest in 4th place at the moment. He's just getting a good run there. He's close enough. And sometimes when you don't have a gap in that at 200 metres to go, when there's a block of people ahead of you and you're forced to hold in that kick, it can be even more explosive and even more powerful when you come into the home straight. And Roman Whitfley had the best turn of pace there. Look at that from Turkish athlete Çelik. I don't know, he might have got Schneider on the line, but a massive personal best for Roman Whitfley.
And just 18 years of age. I know we keep harking on about those European age group championships, but they're so important in the great scheme of things and in a career of an athlete.
They certainly are, Phil, and every time you go and talk to an athlete, pretty much any of our senior European athletes, they've competed at those age group championships, and they do attest that they're very important for their development.
Well, confirmation there. Ramon Whitfley winning in 1:46.73, and off that fast early pace, no less than 4 personal bests in that particular race. Philipp Schneider just finding himself here and there boxed, but did get through to get second place at 1:46.84. Now, Melina Robert-Michon. We've seen a very big throw from Cristina Pudenza. That's not going to be quite as far, but it is well over 60 metres for the former silver medalist at both the World Championships and the Olympics. Just drops down at about the 61 metre mark. (61.10) for Robert-Michon, and she goes up into second place. Leading the way, though, Kristen Pudenza, 64.01, which was a very, very good throw indeed in the first round.
rather thrilled to say it's dropped to 24 degrees, very sensible temperature. You might say it's an enjoyable one to watch athletics inside the stadium. Hope you're enjoying watching as well. It's 65% humidity though, which is close to the highest it has been throughout these European Athletics Team Championships. Okay, so down to the final four. We get one more jump. Tiago Pereira of Portugal. 2 fouls initially, then 16:32, then 2 more fouls. No secret that he's had a few run-up issues. Let's see how he does here. Accelerating, plants his foot, goes through the phases. There's not going to be any improvement for Pereira. Still, plenty of points go towards Portugal. We hope to have a strong session today. We've seen Oyeldomo in the women's shot put. Pereira looks as though he's going to get 4th place.
Well, his coach won't be happy with that. The 5-time world champion Ivan Pedrosa, who we saw just a little bit earlier, giving Pereira some advice. Pereira does train in Spain with the rest of Pedrosa's group.
Tsiamis of Greece, he actually passed his 5th round jump. They're improving to 16.71 in front of him in the 5th round, lengthening the margin that he needs to improve by, and that's not quite going to be enough to go up into the top 2. But still a terrific performance. There is Tentoglou watching on. Well over for Tsiamis. But last time we saw, Greece were in the bottom 3 of the standings, looking to avoid relegation to the 2nd division for Madrid 2025. In the top 3 here though. Over to you, Nekatia of Turkey. And by lengthening the margin to Tsiamis behind him, that lead has shrunk of Boki, 16.84 to 16.71 for the Turk. Trying to drum up some support from those watching. Aiming for precision as he drives down the runway. Now plants his feet, goes through the phases, carries good momentum. Maybe even closer now, but it is a red indicator, unfortunately, for Nekatia. But for another side, languishing near the bottom of the overall standings, another great helpful of points, and that will be very frustrating given how close it was. Still comes away with a season's best from this competition. .16.35 coming in, so 36 centimetres beyond what he's done so far in 2023. Boki of Italy, trying to keep calm, but in many senses the pressure's off. 16.84, the best jump we've seen at these team championships. Some decent efforts in the other divisions as well, and that looked well over. 16.67 from Vlad Shepeliev of Ukraine, and 16.36 of Levan Agassian of Armenia in the 2nd and 3rd divisions, and now in the top division, Tobia Boki with 16.84 for Italy.
Starting to wrap up the points, starting to fulfill their role as slight favourites for this competition. I make that their 3rd individual victory, coming off the back of Fatani in the hammer and Battlepleti in the women's 5,000 metres.
Well remembered. We'll have to test you when we come to the end of all 37. Boki from Tsiamis, and that was quite an established top three throughout this triple jump competition. But the points continuing all the way down to 16th place and 1 point. Okay, so straight back to the track. Another exciting race, this time the A race of the men's 800 metres. And interesting to reflect that in the European standings so far this year, 3 Frenchmen in the top 3, helped by strong performances in the home Diamond League in Paris. This is another improver this year, Jonas Rinne of Finland, 1:45.88. Wait for the cameras to sort from him as well. Tall pole here is Mateusz Borkowski. And interesting also that Poland, Spain and Great Britain have been in the top 3 the last 2 editions of the European Athletics Team Championships. It's no surprise because they are all strong middle distance countries. Katlin Tespusianu, he was 7th at the European Indoors in Istanbul in March. Yanis Mezian, so he is 3rd in Europe this year. Of course, can only be one Frenchman in the men's 800 at the European Athletics Team Championships. Very, very impressive for him. Also been impressed by this young man from Great Britain, Ben Patterson, Commonwealth Games medalist in Birmingham last year. 1:44.6 at best. Andreas Kramer, he's been one of the best in the continent for a number of years now. Silver medalist in Berlin in 2018. Swedish national record holder, 1:44.47. Not too far away from that this year as well. He was in that same race, the Stade Charletti in France. Adrien Ben, European indoor champion. 1:46.6 this year, so a couple of seconds off his best. And then Louis Oberbeck, he's also improved, but you can see not quite on par with some of the best in this race. But you never know what kind of battle it'll prove to be. Maybe a little more tactical, but I suspect that we could see a burn-up on the last lap.
So, Adrina of Finland on the outside.
How do you come close to calling this race?
They're the 2 outside lines.
The French youngster Yanis Mezian, 21 years of age, European under-20 medalist. Ben Patterson also a medalist at those championships, but 2 years before him, 4 years ago in Sweden that was. Mezian, 2.5 seconds improvement since the 2021 season in which he won that bronze medal in Tallinn. So those 2 young men, Great Britain and France, Patterson and Mezian at the sharp end of this race. Andreas Kramer, always there or thereabouts. The Swede tucked in the inside there, with Ben in an excellent spot just on the shoulder of the top 2. 53.41 at the bell as Oberbeck tries to find space on the outside. He's the sort of athlete who could really be pushed to a fast time to break 1:46 for the first time in his life. If it's a fast second half to this race, how do you call this one? Here comes Borkowski in front of a home crowd. Surely that will give him a lift in the closing stages. Polish commentator standing up already in front of me. Borkowski of Poland on the inside, Ben on the outside, in the red of Spain. Watch for Ben Patterson of Britain as well. Mezian, does he have space on the inside? It's a 4-way battle. Patterson and now Andreas Kramer in the yellow of Sweden. Oh my word, Kramer against Patterson. Might have to leave that one to a photo finish. It was oh so close. And there were, 4-5 men fighting till the end.
If Andreas Kramer has pulled this off, I am going to eat my hat, because he was in a horrible position down the back straight. Now, if you look with 300 metres to go, we might capture that in the replay. He was in all sorts of trouble. Patterson had put himself in a good position. Adrien Ben had. Borkowski, he's been trying that move on the circuit in here at their one-day event in Bydgoszcz, that's the closest he's come to pulling off. It's a very explosive change of pace. It's then hard to manage.
Well, that was an absolutely thrilling race, but you can call me a party pooper. It's slower than the first race. I make it that Kramer's down in about 5th or 6th overall. Terrific race, but that's the strange situation with the 800 metres. I was looking at the 400 metre split. They're almost 2 seconds slower than the first race when it was taken out by Pinto with that very audacious 51.46, 53.41 for that first lap. So we're going to see big points going to the men who were in the leading positions in that first race.
Well, Andreas Kramer, you can see there in that replay, miles back, and he just checks out like this, and it's a very entertaining race. But you're totally right, Phil. It's going to be maximum points to Switzerland and Raymond Whitfleet with his 1 second personal best, and these men are going to be left scratching their heads. There's a very talented bunch of European 800 metre men there, and quite rightly they all went, I'm not going to tow these guys around. There's a lot of talent, there's too much talent to be trying to backer with in the last 50 metres. But yeah, big point deficit here for the big nations in this race.
And the European Team Championships, the 800 metres is a very odd event because 1, 2, 4, you're going flat out. Nothing's left in the tank. You've got 16 men in 1,500 metres upwards, but you've got 2 races here. And you don't, sometimes I'm sure these men are looking around thinking tactically, not in terms of what may or may not be happening in the other race.
I think it's interesting almost the swing when you look towards the global championships now, taking the non-automatic qualifiers out of the 15, but they'll be left in the 8, so we're still going to get these tactical battles.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, this is the result from this race, but you just wait and see once we see the aggregate result across the 2 races, and that's an excellent spot, Phil, as well. I wonder whether the athletes have picked up on that just yet. Whitley was a lifetime best as well, and to be honest, I don't think it's an error in the seeding at all. I just think it's a slower race the second time around because there are so many men around that 1:44 mark.
No problem at all with the seeding. It's just you can't get 18 men on the track. It's 16 men on the track in an 800 metres. You've got to work it out somehow.
Yes, and overall standings, you can see Italy from Great Britain and Portugal, so that's quite a significant change from last time we looked at them. When Poland were up there, Netherlands have dropped down a little too. And France have climbed up. They were in the bottom 3 previously. Turkey and Greece still near the bottom. I wonder whether that factors us in the triple jump with good performances for both of them who were in the top 3 in that competition.
So Kristin Pudenz leading quite comfortably at the moment by about 2.5 metres in the women's discus. The German through 64.01. That's an excellent throw as well. That might even be just a little bit further in the third round for the German, who's taken silver medals at the last 2 major championships. So Pudenza setting herself up for what could be an attack on the medals when we get to Budapest and the World Championships in August. 64.19, it is an improvement. She's really stamping her authority on this women's discus field.
You can see the pole vault there in the foreground. Let's check in on how things are going in this competition, and to some extent a star-studded comp as well. We know best in Europe tend to be right up there on the world stage. Bar last time we looked at 5:45, so this is Claudio Stecchi of Italy. Now going up to 5:55. You can see he's only recently entered the competition. Failing at the first time at this new height. Didn't quite take in that much speed on the way up to the 12 o'clock position. But he was one of 5 men who cleared the previous height the first time of asking. So interrupts his perfect scorecard to this point. Slow motion obviously makes it look slower, but just didn't carry enough momentum through. And took the bar off very early. A look of resignation as he falls down. So two groups of athletes, A and B, as we've seen 5:55 in the A group, those with better personal bests. Bars at 5:30 in the other group. Doesn't look like we've lost any athletes yet, all still going in this competition. This is where we expect the best clearances to come from, though. Ersu Sajma, so he cleared 5:45 at the third time of asking, and remains in this competition. Piotr Lisek entering at 5:45 also, clearing first time along with Menno Bloen, Emmanuel Corrales and Thibaut Collet, and then Ben Broders and Paul Lillefos carrying one failure at 5:45. Over to you, Ersu Sajma. 5:80 his Turkish national record, European under-23 bronze medalist. Terrific height, but oh no, that is unlucky. A touch of carelessness on his way down. Seemed for all the world that he would go comfortably clear. Let's have a look. Plants that pole, waits for it to bend, all happening inside a couple of seconds. Just clatters it on the way down. Maintain that perfect arch. Certainly very much has the potential to clear, going by the height that he achieved in that first attempt at 5:55.
Busy infield with the men's pole vault, women's discus underway, but back to the track for some more endurance action. Don't think it can get any more exciting than those men's 800s, but we'll see. Talented field down there. Daniel Arce is the European lead Spanish athlete. He's gone out to 8:10 this season. Paris Diamond League championship record stands with Johann Koal, 8:25 from Braunschweig, Germany in 2014. I think that could be under threat here today. Bloomberg of Sweden, a very strong finish to take second in Turku at the World Continental Tour event there. This man, Osama Zoglami, picked up a good bronze medal behind Topi Raitanen, just alongside him, and Ahmed Abdelwahid, the other Italian. So those two, gold and bronze in Munich. Inspired sprint finish from Topi Raitanen that day. He's been okay this season, struggling a little bit. He did do 3 steeplechases in around about 10 days, so recovered from that. He could be in good standing. But I was confused there by the graphic. I was thinking, have we not got Daniel Arce? We have. There he is, and the Polish athlete. Whether they're stood the right way around or not, we'll have to wait and see. Mega of Poland, 8:35 to his name this season. Zach Seddon of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, very consistent in the 8:20s.
Switzerland. Koliosi Greece, we welcome you. Carbo of Norway.
Carbo of Norway.
Three-time national champion.
Very well in the last couple of seasons as well. Nick Marsman of the Netherlands. Now, the World Championship qualifying mark for this event is 8:15. It's very tough, and it's hard to get a high-quality men's steeplechase, and this is one of them. I do wonder if somebody will take the opportunity here. They've been chasing it all on the one-day circuit. A lot of these men, pun intended with the chase, but they might be a little bit more fresh-legged into this than they have been with some of their other opportunities. But it's hard to front-run a steeplechase. So a brilliant demonstration from Luisa Geiger on the women's side. Edson Barros of Portugal, he's 22 years old, European under-23 silver medalist. He did 8:22 in Maya in Portugal in May. So there's an athlete that might fancy their chances at a fast race. Emil Blomberg of Sweden, I mentioned that second place in Turku. He finished like an absolute train, and he worried. He might have been left thinking, could I have gone closer to that World Championship qualifying mark if I just committed a tiny bit earlier? Zach Seddon, There's certainly another man hunting for a faster time this season, so they're looking like they're going for it at this stage. Valentin Bresque of France sitting in 4th place. Daniel Arce of Spain just content to sit there totally in the mid-pack and relax. Esteban Barros of Portugal is very tall. There's a lot of space around him there to wield his legs and arms around. Early pace indication there is pretty quick. They'll now embark on their first water jump, and that's a big pack. Just the naked eye here, they're all through fine. It's stressful, can boost your adrenaline, spike it up when you're hurdling in a big group like this. Barros having a clean run and the hurdles at the moment. Blomberg tends to sit on the inside. The Frenchman Bresque, it's quite nice to run kind of next to the leader there in the steeplechase. You get a look at the barrier, but you're not doing all the work. Raikkonen, the European champion in the all-blue strip of Finland. It's in a good second so far for Silja Kosonen for their nation, but he's just biding his time mid-pack as well.
Yeah, biding his time. I think it was the European Team Championships, and Phil Minchell might have a memory of this, where Topi Raikkonen fell, got up and still won the race.
It wasn't just the European Team Championships, it was actually the European Championships last summer in Munich.
So he's done it twice then? I'm sure he's done it twice.
But at the Team Championships, I can't remember the Team Championships, but Raikkonen, yes. And Raikkonen hasn't really sort of run a super fast time this year, but he's still been consistent. He's had a couple of outings in the mid-820s, and this is pretty sedate pace. You can just see that with your naked eye. They're not really pushing this at all. And Raikkonen does have a very quick finish indeed. He's very sharp over the last lap or 600 metres. So 2:53. That's only really, it's about 8:45 pace. It's pretty lamentable, even for a championship event, I have to say. But it's not untypical. Nevertheless, it's the Frenchman who's leading the way at the moment. Arce, of course, set that 8:10 personal best of his in that world record race in the Paris Diamond League when Lemaitre Germer absolutely smashed the world record and ran 8:52. Well, Arce was some way back, but ran that 8:10 to lead the European standards, and you have to think that he has to be the favourite in those conditions. I just have a feeling that Arce, well, we know he's also got a very, very good turn of speed at the end of the race, will just start increasing the pace just to avoid any accidents. What he wants is clear sight of the hurdles at this stage of the race. He doesn't want to be being tripped up by anybody or pushed around by anybody. If the race comes down to 3 or 4 people, I think that would what make Arce happy. But you and I, talking about memories, Alex, we were there in Sweden 2 years ago and we saw Barros come through. And we said to ourselves, I think, after the race, he looks like a talent. And I think we're just starting to see that now. Barros still very young but very talented. The Portuguese athlete will move on up and be in the European Under-23 Championships next month.
Zoglámy, big move around the outside. He would have seen 4 laps to go and known it was slow on the clock. He did 8:14 at the Rabat Diamond League. Puts him right up there on the European leading list, just behind Arce. An 8:11 personal best, so he is a very good athlete, but he'll know Arce's dangerous. Zach Seddon is running a very canny race there. The top 5 just starting to move themselves away from everybody else. We've still got Blomberg of Sweden in there, and for the first time the German athlete Rupert is just getting himself involved a little bit. I haven't said much about Frederick Rupert. 8:26 this season, 8:15 last year. He's a high quality competitor. Zach Seddon has muscled his way there into the driver's seat, the second place position behind Osama Zoglámy as they see 3 to go. So Zoglámy's burst of pace there has been absorbed, but he's only got 5 men left with him. It is Topi Raikkonen, the European champion, trying to give chase behind. So Raikkonen missed that move. He's going to be cursing himself here. Coming up to around about a kilometre to go. It's 2:53 for their first kilometre, 2:50 for their second, so they're chipping away. They're getting a tiny bit faster. It could be close to 8:30. I don't think Johan Quaal's championship record of 8:25 will go, unless there is an absolutely rapid last 800. So it could be, and I love seeing steeplechasers try and hurdle at full speed.
Just chucking a fact for you, the top two, Zoglami and Seddon, are both athletes with sporting brothers. Ala Zoglami is the brother of Osama, and Zach Seddon has a footballing brother called Steve.
They are all eyes forward. Look at that focus from Zach Seddon. Eyes boring into the back of Osama Zoglami as they come through with 800 metres to go.
The pace a lot more respectable now. It's at 8:32, 8:33 pace now, and Zoglami clearly winding it up as they come through very close to 600 metres to go. And Zoglami, as we've seen so often with this nice head-on shot, we know that they're looking up at the far end of the stadium. They don't need to look around, they can just look up at the big screen and see what's going on behind them. It's almost like having a rear view mirror. And Zach Seddon tucked in, RK, and then Blomberg of Sweden. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment, and then there's a fair bit of distance back to the German. Rupert now getting detached, and it's looking as though the double figure points are going to be contested between these four men at the front. Just remember, 16 points to the winner of this event.
Zoglami trying to take yet another win for Italy. They've been good so far here today, and they've entered the final lap. They've got 3 barriers left, 1 water jump. RK, for me, looking a bit laboured. He's gritting his teeth. Do not write off the Swedish man, Blomberg. He's got a brilliant finish on him when he wants it. Zoglami, they're just struggling into that hurdle. He stuttered ever so slightly. Zach Seddon, he took it very, very well, and he decided just to go with it, go with the flow. RK is trying to kick. Blomberg moving wide, and Zoglami, the fast Italian, in trouble at the moment as these 3 start to stretch away. It's Spain from Sweden, from Britain. Who is going to navigate this tricky water jump? All very, very proficient. RK drives off the front. He's trying to kick. Blomberg can finish fast. They're going to swing wide over this last barrier. Zach Seddon looks like he might not have the change of pace required here. RK kicks off the final barrier. He is the European lead. He's run 8 minutes 10 seconds this season, and he just misses the championship record of Johan Quaal because he was too busy celebrating. And that's what it means to take those maximum 16 points for your nation. David RK continues a brilliant season. Emil Blomberg trying to cause the upset. He very nearly did. And solid 3rd place from Zach Seddon. 2:50 for the last kilometre there.
Yes, it speeded up quite considerably, didn't it? I mean, after that first very sedentary kilometre, gradually the pace ratcheted up. RK, brilliant last lap. Has to be said, though, he had to really grit his teeth. Apart from coasting and then putting his arms out wide over the final 30 metres or so, he looked as though he really had to work hard, and he acknowledges Emil Blomberg, because Blomberg pressed him all the way to the line. Well, there's the Portuguese athlete, Barrios, flat out on the floor. There's no doubt at all, RK at the moment, definitely the number 1 man in Europe over the barriers, but Blomberg coming through well, this Swede. As we look at a replay of the race, the early stage of the race, well, they're all together at this stage. It was a very slow 2:53 first kilometre. Barros showing well at the early stage of the race. This is Zoglami. Well, Zoglami, I wonder in retrospect whether he'll think about whether he did adopt the right tactics. He led the race until the bell, when RK then really let his class show. This is on the last lap where RK does get in front, and Zoglami is starting to go back. Then Seddon's the next to drift away. Blomberg, though, fights all the way for about 2,960 metres.
So it's the 3rd consecutive men's steeplechase win at this competition for Spain. Fernando Caro in the last 2 editions, and then Arca Hero Spain again.
Arms out wide, but it wasn't as easy as Daniel Arce, I think, made it look over those final few metres. He did have to work very, very hard indeed for that victory. But 16 points do indeed go to Spain. Their first victory of the day. Has to be said, I don't think there's going to be too many for Spain, but they do have some all-around good depth, particularly in the middle and long-distance races.
The Arce, Bloomberg and Seddon, a superior hurdling there in the last 300 metres. Sama Saglami, once you miss a beat there and you've lost 20-30 metres, it's very hard to get yourself back involved. Kristen Barros absolutely exhausted on the infield. I think he is the last competitor to lead. It did take a while for some of the others as well. There's the full results of the men's 3,000 steeplechase. Daniel Arce just a whisker outside of the championship record, 8:25. Emil Blomberg 8:26. Zach Seddon 8:27. Personal best for the Netherlands and Nick Marsman. Season's best splattered in there as well.
Well, the disappointing run from the European champion Toppie Raitanen, only 10th there, just inside 8:40. But a couple of personal bests as well for the Czech and the Dutch athletes.
We'll see what that's done to the standings overall. Italy on top by just 1 point ahead of Great Britain. Poland in third, Portugal in fourth, but there's a gap opening up there. 15 points for those top two. France have pulled themselves out of the bottom three. There's the Czech Republic, Turkey and Greece at the moment in that agonising relegation zone after 8 events.
So back to the discus, and it's Melina Robert-Michon down in fourth place at the moment. The French icon of the discus circle. That's a little bit better, that's good. That's about 63 and a half metres. That could well make a big difference. That might well move her up a couple of places. At the moment, fourth place, and we're in the fourth round, being held by Robert-Michon, but in front of her, Daisy Asuka, 61.37, Liliana Carr, 61.41 for Liliana Carr. So Robert-Michon moves up to second place. Fourth round for the leader, Christian Pudenza. Just waiting to see whether that was a red flag or not, but she's certainly still in the lead. 2 rounds still to go. Just looking across, I think that's been given as a red flag. Yes, it has. Pudenza, 64.19, but you've just seen her lead significantly reduced, and she's got a 41 centimetre advantage over Melina Robert-Michon.
You're watching live coverage of the European Athletics Team Championships. It's the opening session of the first division here in Silesia. Let's check in on the pole vault then, and training partners Piotr Lisek and Emanuel Karalis of Poland and Greece respectively are among those over 5.65. We've seen throughout these championships that a number of athletes have passed at alternate heights. There's been lots of passing going on, I think partially due to confidence and wanting to go up to higher heights quicker in bigger increments, possibly also the desire to jump less in really hot conditions. It is the coolest session that we've had so far, around 24 degrees last time we checked. Paul Lillefoss of Norway, his second attempt at 5.65. So good speed down this runway. Plants, up he goes. And just clambering to try and get over and sort his feet out. Wasn't able to do so in time.
Talking of Lillefoss and feet, he did withdraw from a competition in Bergen that we streamed on the European Athletics YouTube. It was kind of set up totally for him, you feel, and he was jumping all right, and then he just tweaked something in his foot. I don't know if it was pre-existing or whether it was something just from that day, but you can see it was very nice, applauding the crowd, thanking them for their support, but he ducked out really quite early. When you imagine it was probably an opportunity for him to extend his season's best.
Yeah, he actually did well not to hurt himself in that situation. So one more go he'll have at 5.65. Ben Broders of Belgium also in the same position, and Thibaut Collet of France is trying to avoid it. One failure at 5.65 so far. So only Lisek and Corrales with those perfect records at this point. So Collet, the young Frenchman, plants his pole, up he goes, and that is a lovely clean vault. Carried in the pole vault for many years by Renaud Lavillenie, and in more recent seasons his younger brother Valentin has impressed. I would imagine that Lavillenie would have inspired others to take up the pole vault as well. So Collet does avoid being in a pressurised situation of having two failures, and becomes our fifth athlete clear at 5.65. What about Broders of the Netherlands? No, coming to a stop, unable to execute. He sailed right through, so frustrating for the Belgian. He'll be out of the competition. Don't forget he is in the pool with the better athletes, so he'll still get a reasonable handful of points. How many it will be, we'll find out in a few moments' time. Just looking at the bar in the other group is at 5.55, and it looks like there are 4 athletes still vaulting, so they could actually potentially all jump higher than Broders.
So we're now in the 5th round, and this is Melina Robert-Michon. Well, not quite as far as before, I don't think, but she is still very much in second place with that throw at 63.78 that we saw just a few minutes ago. We've got the top 4 confirmed that we'll go through and have one further throw. Osakua of Italy, Carr of Portugal. This woman, Melina Robert-Michon, and the event leader, Kristen Pudenza. No big surprises further down as far as the final 8 is concerned. Now, Liliana Carr, seen her pushed back from 2nd to 3rd in the last round. Well, that's a good effort from Carr. Not sure it's quite going to be good enough to move her up into 2nd place. It's, of course, the woman who did win 2 years ago in this arena. Big conditions in that situation. I can remember watching it. Well, they weren't quite as favourable as they are today, because this slight breeze has picked up and it's given the discus just a bit of a lift. 63.21. So good improvement from Carr, almost 2 metre improvement, but she still stays in 3rd place. So now the turn of Christine Pudenza. Leads with 64.19. Has seen her advantage close. Oh, that's a huge effort. A magnificent effort from Pudenza. That could well be a season's best. Certainly around 66 metres. She threw 66.34 last month in Halle. Now, she just caught the slight quartering breeze perfectly. 67.87 last year in Munich in front of friends and family to take the silver medal. 66.84. What a magnificent throw from Pudenza. Not that far away from a personal best and a season's best for the German. It's going to be difficult for any of the three rivals that she's still got to come up and challenge that. There we see some of the other German throwers. So Daisy Osakua lying in fourth at the moment. She was third for a few rounds. That's an excellent throw from the Italian. It's a big throw, very close to the 65-metre line, possibly just over 64 metres for the Italian record holder. So some big throws coming in the last few minutes in the women's discus. It's all starting to happen. Osakua has a best of 64.57, which she threw just about 2 weeks ago in Pietrasania. I think that's 64.35. Just 22 centimetres down on a personal best, and that moves her up to second. Quickly spotted. Red flag for Liliana Carr. So Carr, good points for Portugal. 14 points for Portugal. Sorry, I do apologise. 13 points for Portugal as she's been pushed down to fourth place with that last gasp effort from Osakua. Left leg just drifts out. Carr and Osakua, I know from the circuit, very good friends. Congratulations from Daisy Osakua to Liliana Carr. Now, Melina Robert-Michon. As far as discus throwing goes, she's seen it and done it all over her very long career. Well, she's screaming it out there. That could well be an improvement. And we're getting some really good throwing in this last round. That head-on shot doesn't really give us a fair reflection on how far that discus went. But we saw from the side-on shot 64.21. So the best throw of a good series for Melina Robert-Michon, but on this occasion has to settle for third. So Kristin Pudenza, 66.84. The championship record dates back to 2019. Sandra Perkovic is 68.58. To get that championship record would require a personal best from the German. I don't think it's there. No. Drops down just over 60 metres. Just looked as though the angle of release was a touch on the flat side. But she didn't need that throw because all 16 points do go to Germany. I'm just wondering how that affects the team standings. Germany, after 8 events, were a little way back. It's obviously going to improve matters. But I think that subject to confirmation, Italy is still going to be in front.
What a wonderful advert there for the Final Four format. It was incredibly entertaining. These four women trading blows. And, all those changes there just in the final round. Pudenza staying up top, but the athletes behind really rising to the occasion and relishing that last final gasp attempt to move themselves up the board.
So there's the results of that discus competition, which had a thrilling finale. Kristin Pudenza wins just under 67 metres, followed home by Daisy Osakua and then Melina Robert-Michon.
Yes, she'll be bidding for her 7th Olympics on home soil in Paris if she can make it, which would be fantastic. Let's have a look here at a piece of action. So perhaps stepping on the inside of the track here, Bayram of Turkey.
Yes, a little bit unfortunate. Yes, he did step on the inside of the track, but didn't really have any real difference to proceedings. So, after the women's discus, with just the men's pole vault and the 2 metres to be decided, Italy leading by 5 points from Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Portugal doing well on this first day, 91 points with themselves and Germany, but Portugal in third place thanks to better performances, more second places, and then at the bottom end Switzerland, Turkey and Greece. Well, Greece starting to get a little bit detached, but yes, I will put in the caveat, we've still got 26 events to go.
Yeah.
Here's one of them, the pole vault.
Indeed, and the Greece have a man in second place at the moment. Guaro of Portugal, 5.65. That is a great clearance. The bar is still shaking somewhat. A strong competition, though, the Portuguese. And showing us second place, that's actually in this Group B. At 5.65, in which there are 2 athletes still left in. The other is Julian Ludwig of Germany, also with a first-time clearance at this height. As I look to my right to see the bar, it's now a little more still. So 2 athletes in Group B clear at 5.65, and 6 clear in Group A. Piotr Lisek, Manuel Corrales, Claudio Stecchi, Menno Vloon, Thibaut Collet, and Pagan Lillefors. This is Collet, new height of 5.70, and made that look very easy. Now, everyone else but he and Paul Lillefors in this group have passed at 5.70. An interesting narrative to follow. Collet able to relax on his way down. Was quite close on the way up, though. Just brushing that bar.
That's his father, Philippe Collet. Collet got an Olympic medal, I think. I haven't got any notes on him, but I do know that's his father, who's now a very, very highly regarded pole vault coach.
European indoor medalist in Madrid 1986. 5th at the Olympic Games in Seoul 1988.
You're a marvel with the stats, Mr. Sefto. I doff my hat to you.
Ludwig in this Group B. So suddenly they're at the same height, the 2 bars, but not at the same height as that particular bar was Ludwig. Well, he will have 2 more goes, but might have to make a couple of adjustments in his next attempt. It does happen as you move into these key stages of the competition, and still quite a lot to be decided. So respect to these men that they are all up at 5.70, but potentially longer poles now needed. Talking of poles, Piotr Lisek. So 5.75, having passed at the previous height. Crowd starting to clap all the way round the stadium. Lisek looking determined. 5.75, and that bar takes an almighty whack, but it does just stay up.
Big height though for Lisek though. It's there, he's coming back to form.
Let's have another look. He uses his strength, wait for that pole to bend. Up to 12 o'clock. well clear of the bar. And celebrates on the way down as he watches just to make sure that he isn't celebrating prematurely. But not the first man tonight who will be considering himself just a little lucky. And it stays up. Beautiful close-up shots of Pietro Lisek. And he roars in delight, thanking the crowd as well.
That bar did move along the stanchions a centimetre or two, didn't it, as we saw?
So, Phil mentioned that we have just these field events and the 100 metres to be decided. So once again, we'll have A and B races. We'll start with the women, with the men coming up in around 20 minutes' time. So we commented on this in the other lower divisions, that a young set of sprinters giving opportunities, partly because of the reason that tend to peak at younger age sprinting as well. This is Julia Henriksson, Swedish indoor golden double over 60 and 200 metres. Then Karolina Manasheva, 19 years of age. Countries, best way 20. Bronze medalist 4 years ago, 11.19 her PP. And guess what? That's also the fastest time for Zeynep Dosso. She was 7th at the Europeans in Munich last year. At one point, she was just leading the race. It was an incredible one in which Gina Lukenkemper triumphed on home soil, and Dina Asher-Smith pulled up with cramp. Carole Zahi, an experienced Frenchwoman. This has been a great competition for her, winning the A race in 2017 and 2019 of the old Super League as it was then known, now the first division. Helena Roningen, lifetime best in Copenhagen in Denmark recently of 11.38. Lotta Kempinen, 11.33 her PB. Some of these women quite closely matched, and there are others who've run closer to 11 seconds, but not in 2023 just yet. And Elif Polat of Turkey.
The lineup for Heat B of the women's 100 metres.
Once again, it's a battle for every single point, particularly to go in following this evening session with great confidence. Yvette Lalova-Colliot, you can see there with a championship record. And if you're watching us earlier in the comp, you'll have noticed that Luisa Geiger joined her on 11 victories in the history of the competition. Henriksson, Manasova, Bestway, Dosso, Zahi, Roningen, Kempinen and Polat.
Polat there just falling out of the blocks way early, and it's nerves. You're up in that set position. It's designed to be precarious. You want to be on the tip of your toes, ready to explode out of the blocks. But unfortunately, when nerves kick in, and so it wasn't even a particularly long hold yet, I don't think. And this Polat is definitely the first to move. Look at Lotta Kempinen did move alongside, but that would definitely have been a reaction to the Turkish athlete.
We'll come back for attempt number 2.
So just waiting for the officials here. So we've still got the conclusion of an exciting pole vault competition and these 100 metre sprints, so don't go anywhere, stay with us for the remainder of this evening's session. Just deliberating over that movement from Polat.
Of course, we've only seen the one disqualification across everything so far here at the European Team Championships, blessing Afrifa of Israel in the men's Division 3 100. Does that look like a lucky yellow card? It will be a relief for Elif Polat. She does get to continue in the race.
Of Turkey, no removals from the field. Henriksson, Manasova, Bestui, Dosso, Zahi.
Let's have another look there. Yes, well, I guess the movement was so early as well, that might play a part. Okay, second time of asking. have this pulsating music, which as the athletes try and stay calm and focused, kind of ups the tension. But then again, not really paying full attention to the music and the announcements that are being made, just trying to get into that zone once again for this women's 100-metre B race. Henriksson, Manasheva, Bestway, Dosso, Zahi, Groningen, Kempinen and Polat. So trying to get points for their countries, and Dosso with an excellent start here. Will anyone be able to chase her down? Bestway starting to come through with Kempinen also. Terrific win in the end for Yael Bestway of Spain by quite a decent margin. No one really seemed to want to take that by the scruff of the neck, apart from the Spanish woman in the latter stages, came through so strongly in a season's best time of 11:25.
It was a brilliant start from Zainab Dosso of Italy. Then she just looked a little bit tense, perhaps surprising herself by being ahead. And then suddenly she was getting movement each side of her, just coming back to her in the best way. Spain was definitely moving the best in the second half of the race. But you don't know what a kind of faulty second start can do to athletes as well. It can rattle your nerves. But Dosso exploding out of the blocks. Zahi and Bestway either side of her look pretty ordinary, but here comes the Spanish woman in the second half, pumping those arms nice and high, driving the knees, propelling herself to a very good time as well, 11:25. The season's best for the Spanish athlete.
Yeah, Dosso starts to tighten up. Yeah, it was said in Munich last year, got a brilliant start, was kind of level with the leaders and then fell back. You mentioned the word ordinary. I think that's exactly right as far as Bestway's start went. She was well back, but was able to make up the ground very much in the second half of that race. Watch out for this young talent.
Yeah, Bestway. She's had a handful of Spanish internationals in the past. Now 22 years of age. Competes for the FC Barcelona club. I know I've seen you before dressed in Barcelona kit, so I'm sure you've got a soft spot for her.
Other clubs also available.
Okay, yes.
As we have a look at this full confirmed result. So interestingly, second place went to Manaseva, the Czech Republic, just ahead of Kempinen and Dosso. So that's the kind of new information, if you like, that we can confirm as a result of seeing that. But just wait and see the A race coming up. Okay, to Karalis, Greece need big points here. 5:75. Took a while to climb his way on the way up. I cannot believe that bar has stayed up though.
And I'm not sure he can either.
I thought they only used super glue for Lisek in Polish stadiums, but perhaps now they're training partners.
Absolutely.
Karalis gets the special treatment as well. There's no way. That has no right to stay on. Karalis just staring at it going, is it? Isn't it? Great height, a big slap there with his chest. Flipped it 180 degrees, and it's on the uneven curved side, but somehow it stays up. Everyone enjoyed that.
I think they knew that he'd rode his luck there, but everybody needs a little bit of luck now and again.
Yeah, brilliant sheepish expression it was. So let's check in and see how this the pole vault looks overall. You've got Lisek, who we just saw a few moments ago, over at 5:75. Karalis has now joined him. Menno Vloon has also gone over at this height. And Stecki has one failure. And Collet has passed. That's just in Group A, of course. Ludwig and Boiro going out at 5:70, I noticed. So we can now focus on this Group A.
So when you look at, with the point standings yesterday, Slovenia losing out on promotion by half a point, it makes you realise how important these things are. A clearance like that for Karalis is a knife-edge point swing there.
Absolutely. Look at that, almost like a scissor action right at the top, over 5:75. for men flown.
It's like his coach doesn't even know what to say to that. It's like, I don't even know where to start. Yeah. Let's just pretend it didn't happen. Be glad it was a clearance.
A high jump from days of yore.
Yes, certain straddle techniques. Yeah. You don't see that too often in the high jump, and you don't see it too often in the pole vault either.
Yeah.
But it was effective, wasn't it? I mean, there was plenty of clearance there. His torso was well clear of the bar.
That is ridiculous. And something like a 720 on the way down, as they might say in skateboarding. Stecchi, second attempt at 5.75 now, looking to join the others. And whatever they can do, the Italian can match. So really coming to life, this pole vault competition.
Well, the pole vault comes to a conclusion with that thrilling finale. We have the last women's track event. Top heat of the women's 100 metres. See them. The woman all eyes are on will be in lane 4, Eva Svoboda. But in heat, in lane 2, it's Katia Sidou. European Under-20 Championship silver medalist in years gone past. Poloniki Emanuelidou has improved to 11.21 this year, the 19-year-old. Eva Svoboda, 2 weeks ago on this track, ran 11.03, a personal best, and she was absolutely flying. I watched that race, and she was in great form, and she loves competing here in the Slasky Stadium. Lisa Meyer, well, 2 years ago, she was second in this competition, behind another Pole, Pia Skrahowska. Been consistent in the mid 11.10s this year, season's best of 11.16. Annelies Gandula has improved to 11.17 this year. She's only a few hundredths away from the Portuguese record, which has stood for absolutely ages.
We welcome a European Championship finalist from Belgium.
You possibly heard the stadium commentator saying, European Championships finalist from last summer, Rani Rosius. And again, she's also improved this year, so she's in fine form at 11.20. Geraldine Frey, mainstay of the Swiss very good 4x100 metre teams. And on the outside, well, no Daryl Nita, no Dina Asher-Smith. Flying the flag for Britain, it's Bianca Williams. Nita and Asher-Smith, the two Europeans under 11 seconds this year. Williams a little bit adrift of that at 11.32, but a very experienced sprinter indeed. Well, championship record 11.11. That might be under threat if Svoboda gets a good start and manages to maintain her form. But there's 7 other women in this race. From the inside as they settle into the blocks. Sidou, the Netherlands. Emanuelidou, Greece. Svoboda, Poland. Meyer, Germany. Gandula, Portugal. Rosius, Belgium. Frey of Switzerland. And on the outside in lane 9, Williams of Great Britain. And Svoboda does get her usual lightning start. Sidou doing well in lane 2 as well. Svoboda, though, starting to pull away. Sidou challenging. Coming through strongly at the end, Rosius, but there's no doubt at all. It was Eva Svoboda, gun to tape, championship record unofficially, 11.09. Well, we've seen the times revised a little bit, but 11.09. And hardly any breeze on her back either, no help whatsoever. Terrific run from Eva Svoboda, who's really starting to make this Slasky Stadium her second home.
Yeah, brilliant to see, because I remember at the European Athletics Indoor Championships in Turin, she had to pull out with coronavirus just before the comp, but fantastic that she gets an opportunity to win on home soil. As you mentioned, so often we see those electric starts, so great over 60 metres, but held on for the 100, and 11.11 for Yvette Lilova-Collio. was the championship record set in Stara Zagora on her home soil in 2015. As we have a look at this replay, it was Seda on the inside going nicely. Rosius came through late in the white of Belgium from lane 7, but Svoboda just held on, licking her lips, determination through those last 20 metres to make it home first across the line.
Well, Poland up until this point hadn't got a victory to their name on this first day of the First Division. Now they have 16 points to Poland and Eva Svoboda and a championship record into the bargain. No doubting the delight on the face of Eva Svoboda, the pocket rocket from Poland.
So, team standings on both of the lower scoreboards after 10 events.
Svoboda takes the victory by quite considerable a margin. 1100. Good run from Rani Rosius over the final 30 metres. We see results of the first heat. Eva Svoboda 11.09. But the first heat winner, Giles Bestio, will be well up there. So the first Heat 8, Svoboda, Rosius, Sidu. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Giles Bestui taking 13 points for Spain.
And that's after the women's
full lineup, all the way down the line.
Eva Svoboda's victory in that 100-metre race.
That means after 10 events, with the men's 100 and the pole vault still to be concluded on this first day, Great Britain, Northern Ireland in the lead with 114 points, 1 point ahead of Italy. Host Poland now in third place. Portugal 100 points, and it's very tight up there over at the top.
Great victory that for Eva Svoboda. We might be about to see another set of maximum points for Poland. Before that's determined, Menno Flown will go at 580, and this time Leszek has attempted consecutive heights and hasn't passed. Flown, more conventional technique, but brings the bar down, so maybe he wants to bring that scissor action rolling back. Probably not, though.
So it's a bit of a barrel roll, maybe you could call it. You know, it's something like you can see it almost happening there again. There's something happening with this technique that's just causing him today to try and shift sideways in the air. Yeah, his coach is having a complicated day down there with Menno Floon, but he's jumping well. He's getting the job done here for his team. He's got a good position so far, and he's in this battle at 5 metres and 80.
Well, maybe there is an element of that has been brought into his training. So you can see there we have 4 men clear at 5.75. Leszek, Karalis, Bloom and Stecki. Look like Paul Hagen Lillefoss. We mentioned that he was kind of on the injury comeback trail. Didn't compete further after one failure at 5.70. And then Thibaut Collet, still in the competition, he passed at 5.75. So I suspect that if he is going to continue, then we'll afterwards see him at 5.80. Claudio Stecki waiting for his moment, the Italian. So that clock counting down for Stecki. Just the athletes in Group A in this pole vault competition still vaulting. Terrific to have as many as 5 still in the competition. Stecki running towards this bar. Up he goes and brings it down quite early. See there, just comes off with his shin. Poland. I mentioned that Robert Sobera won in this stadium 2 years ago. Piotr Lisek the time before that, which was in Bydgoszcz. Lewinny, also a recent winner. That was in his home country in Lyon. So just maybe home advantage will count once again for Piotr Lisek. Looking at the start list for Heat B of the men's 100 metres.
A tymczasem znów jesteśmy na bieżni. Bieg B na 100 metrów mężczyzn.
So an exciting win just a moment ago for Jarl Bestway, who was 4th, thereby overall. Once the result been combined with the A race, we'll see another talented Spaniard in this, Sergio Lopez. We look first as Nascimento of Portugal, Jakob Vaula of Norway, not necessarily known for their 100 metre sprinting, but we've seen some terrific 400 performances. Vaula 10:43 this year. Kayhan Urza of Turkey, been a great member of their relay squad in recent years, along with Ramil Guliev, of course, former world champion over 200, along with them Emre Barnes, Jacques-Ali Harvey. I would say the same for Pascal Mancini and the Swiss relay quartet. He ran 10.3 seconds in the Geneva meeting just over a week ago. Jan Valeva, 11 times national champion over 60 or 100 metres indoors and out. And then the aforementioned Sergio Lopez, European under-18, under-20, under-23 and European team championships. Relay top threes for him. Ioannis Nifantopoulos of Greece is a 5 times national champion, 10.28 at best.
And completing the lineup in this B race, we welcome in lane number
Desmond Rogo, improving to 10.45 in Sollentuna near Stockholm, which is a beautiful track that overlooks the harbour. So if it is hot conditions like it is here in Hosso, you can easily cool off. Naturally, much more inland here in Poland. So some of these athletes are hoping for a nice cool shower. Thankfully, there is a bit of a breeze here in the Stadion Śląski. So Nascimento, Vaula, Urza, Mancini, Veleba, Lopez, Nifantopoulos and Rogo in this B race of the men's 100 metres. Well, the first thing you do in 100 metres is you look to see who made a good start, but on this occasion just looking to see what movement there was. And I don't know whether we need a replay or whether you spotted anything.
I think Kayhan Urza of Turkey is a very good fast starter. We saw him have a brilliant indoor 60-metre season, and when that's your super strength and that's your go-to, it's hard not to try and rely on that. I mean, he had, like you say, once the athletes were up and running, but we'll look at Urza here in lane 4. Oh, there was a twitch there, wasn't there, from Ola of Norway? I think that might have set off Urza. See that confirmed there in the reaction time graphic underneath the legal.
So 2.1
Ola was too quick. That's what caused Urza to then react quite fast.
That first start in the B race of the men's 100.
Right, so a yellow card was of course shown to the Turkish athlete previously, Polo, and it's a yellow card again. A little bit surprising, because often you do see when those reaction times
as we get a yellow card
are quicker than what's in the rules, quite often see a disqualification, but Vaula stays in and you can see him breathe a big sigh of relief now. These athletes have waited, of course, to the end of this session to get going. They will be absolutely raring to come out these blocks. So, men's 100 metre B race will be followed by the A.
So here we go.
Also settling who's going to take maximum points in the pole vault. More on that in just a moment. Starter is ready. Athletes once again go through the last stages of their pre-race routines. So Nascimento, Vowler, Urza, Mancini, Veleba, Lopez, Nifantopoulos and Rogo hoping for a clean start this time. Perhaps I won't say anything next time.
Nothing particularly obvious there to me for the naked eye. We're going to need the help of the graphic, I think, for the reaction times. Again, look quick perhaps from the Turkish athlete from Oza, but yeah, I thought that last. Right, here we go. Okay, no illegal reaction times. And, that perhaps just the starter or the assistant starter thinking there was a movement and maybe there wasn't.
Yeah, it could have been a faulty start as well.
Pretty even there across a lot of the lanes. So green card shown to absolutely everybody, so they're all right. It was perhaps just a slow start from Lopez and that was about it. Everyone else was pretty even.
A very yellow shade of green there, had to do a double take, but yeah, you're quite right. Fowler, he always had a resigned look on his face, but I think it was more the fact of, okay, back to the blocks again. So more tense music inside the stadium. I think the lyrics for that are you only get one shot, but you'll get 3 goes here in the men's 100 metres. So Nascimento, Vowler, Urza, Mancini, Veleba, Lopez, Nifantopoulos, Rogo. M&M music has fallen silent. These athletes wait to get going. So now we are underway, and Oza, excellent from the getaway. Mancini trying to chase him. Nifantopoulos also coming through well. And that might well have been the Greek taking victory in this B race. So came in having run 10:44 this year, 10:30 on the clock. It was very close with the Oza, who had that terrific start, then began to fade a little. But Nifantopoulos, Greece from Switzerland, from Turkey, 3 teams who really needed points in the overall standings.
Teammates on the big screen.
That's the way it's gone.
Greece, after 10 events, were lying bottom of the 16 nations in this first division. There's 47 points, but they're doing well in the pole vault with Karalis. It looks as though they're going to get good points from the men's 100 metres.
Holland failed at 5.75, passed on the second attempt, took a first-time failure
See
at
that
5.8.
start again. Oza and Mancini were the quickest away, both indoor specialists, but coming through very strongly over the course of the last, probably only 20 metres outside of camera shot was the Greek sprinter, who did an absolutely fantastic amount of work over that last 20-30 metres. Yes, from this side, definitely Nifantopoulos gets the verdict. Not much in it. 200s coming the first 3 men home in that B race of the 100 metres.
Yeah, particularly close between Mancini and Oza for second and third. A race coming up in just a few minutes' time.
Having vaulted here in Poland, 5 metres and 82 so far this season, the European number 3 on the standings.
2 events
best of the athletes left in
left
this
to be
competition.
concluded as part of this first evening session for the first division of these European Athletics Team Championships.
Polish athletes.
Let's just go over to the field and the men's pole vault. We're wondering if it's going to stay in the hands of Poland.
First time clearance is all the way through to 5 meters.
Piotr Lisek and Emmanuel Corrales looking very strong.
Has been a wonderful first day here of Division 1. Take a look back at some of the highlights.
The Netherlands there. First to attempt.
49.82 from Femke Goal, a championship record in the women's 400 metres.
The competition has got to be a clearance.
Brief downpour just in the first hour. Might have caused the female shot putters. But it cleared up and we were back to blazing sunshine, and we are just nearing the end of this day 1.
Yes, and nearing the end of this pole vault competition. Corrales, first attempt at 580. Goes clear. Huge delight for the Greeks.
He was a little bit pleased with that, I think.
That crowd shot really illustrating the Corrales situation as well. He was coached by his dad for so long. And they made a very amicable decision that he needed to seek guidance elsewhere, and he's been working with instead with Piotr Lisek's coach, and they sat alongside each other in the stadium there. The white of the Polish t-shirt, that is, he coaches both of these athletes. So good to see that kind of camaraderie and bigger celebrations from the Greek team, but they're all clapping.
Yeah, he's living and breathing every single phase of the vault, including the celebration. Men have flown. Incredibly, another bar that stays up. And what a ride through this competition this Dutchman is having.
I'll tell you what, whatever religion he is, he's been doing an awful lot of praying to the deities, because he's been getting away with all sorts of stuff.
I guess when you vault, you are pretty much flying all the way up to the height of the gods as well.
I've just seen the woman in the cheese hat that we saw earlier out round there clapping away. and I got a message. It's actually Gouda, that coloured cheese. It's not Edam, because Edam's red wax.
Gouda?
Gouda. You say Gouda, I say Gouda.
Well, there's significance here at 585. That's also, well, the World Championship qualifying mark for these men is 581. And it's really, really strong vaulting here to be all the way
on the
up
track. It's time for the men's 100 metres A race.
We're expecting high quality men's pole vault, and it's certainly delivering down there. The closing track action here for Division 1 in its opening session is the men's 100 metres. Very fast athletes.
So let's meet the athletes from lane 2 to 9. In lane number 2,
9.95, Christoph Lemaitre,
Championship finalist.
Stockholm 2011. This track is fast.
Kobe Fleming.
Isn't that fast? Kobe Fleminchik of Belgium goes in lane 2. New personal best 10.23. Lane 3 is the European indoor champion from Istanbul. Calls the upset over his teammate Le Mans Marcel Jacobs. This is the other fast Italian, Samuel Ciccarelli. Jimmy Vico of France has a phenomenal personal best, 9.86, but actually this season is going pretty well. 10.06 in a national event in Paris.
In lane number 5,
Diamond League pre-programme from Jimmy Vico. Raphael Bougie of the Netherlands goes in lane 5. He's just 21 years old, the youngest in the field. European under-18 champion.
Let's welcome the 6-time champion from Poland.
Dominik Pekek of Poland goes in lane 6. He was 4th in Istanbul at that European Indoor Championships. Very, very good field.
Lane number 7, the 5-time
good start from Popek and Ciccarelli. Samuel Samuelsson of Finland takes lane 7. The national record holder a few days ago.
The national indoor champion over 200 metres this year from Germany.
Lane 8 is Germany's Robin Ganter, national indoor champion over 200 metres. He's done 10.16 this season.
And completing the lineup in lane number 9.
Final athlete out in lane 9 is the bronze medalist from Munich and those European outdoor championships, Jeremiah Azu.
mocnej.
10.16, same time as Robin Ganter, his season's best.
The A race.
Lifetime best, 10.13, set in Munich last summer.
100 metrów mężczyzn.
Chicks in 2, Ceccarelli in 3, Vico in 4, Bushi in 5, Kopech 6, Samuelson 7, Ganter in lane 8 and Azu lane 9. Final A of the men's 100 metres in Division 1 of the European Team Championships. On their way very quickly in the middle, Bougie. But it is Samuel Ceccarelli of Italy. He's already done a huge personal best this season, knocked off 3:10. Can he take the European Team Champs title? Wow, maybe just on the line. Ceccarelli, the 60-metre specialist, you've got to say that's where he's made his name. He has made great improvements over this slightly longer sprint. And Gianmarco Tamberi has turned up. All the Italian superstars are in the crowd today. It has been given to Ceccarelli for the moment, and it equals that brand new personal best he set in the Paris Diamond League. And Bougie got a great start and a great finish. That middle section with Ceccarelli just was able to get a gap, and it was enough to hold on to. Good third place for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. They are slowly but surely having a very good day. That's one of the highest finishes for the Great Britain and Northern Ireland team. Jeremiah Azu equaling his season's best.
Azu, recent 10.02 performer, the former European under-18 champion, coming through very strongly. He was quickly away, so too was Kopech on his outside. Another man who was very fast starter, but Ceccarelli perhaps slightly unsighted to the rest of the field, out in lane 3, came through and held his form as well. He's gradually transitioning from a man who made his name this winter as an indoor specialist to someone who can do very well over the full 100 metres. Ceccarelli was just really making up the numbers in the Italian relay team for a long time, and then came through this winter, caught everyone by surprise, it has to be said, to win that European indoor title. But he's starting to really prove his worth outdoors now, and that's maximum points for Italy. They're 4th of the day, so they're having a very good first day as well, the Italians, who, as we were saying in the prediction charts, might well have been the slight favourites over the host Poland.
Compiled results of the A and B finals for the men's 100 metres. Samuel Ceccarelli top of the pile, 10.13, equalling his season's best. His performances behind there as well. See what that's done to the overall standings. Italy pushing themselves 1 point ahead of Great Britain. That's turning into quite the battle between those two nations. Poland, the hosts, doing very well in 3rd. Norway have just nipped themselves out of that relegation zone by 5 points. Czech Republic at the moment sitting just below them.
Back to the pole vault. You know what? In the history of this competition, only 4 men have ever gone over 580, and we've had 5 today. Lisek now trying to make it over. The bar comes down this time, so I believe we're at 585 now, this new height, which we just saw Menno Vloon clear, the Dutchman. Piotr Lisek was looking in control, with Menno Vloon looking a little unorthodox, and all of a sudden things have changed hands. Another who's bringing plenty of emotion into this competition. To be honest, he only really brushed it off, even though the bar did really come crashing down.
His wife and his daughter there, just in the second line. They all came to the press conference today. I thought it was very good of Piotr Lisek. He said, "I'm competing in 5 hours. I hope it goes well." But the stalwart of the sport turning out to the press conference. got to pull out everything here for another big third attempt, but he does do that quite often.
Will probably be the Polish under-10s champion. I'm sure she'll have a go. It certainly helps when you've got a pole vaulter in the family, because many of us would be a lot more reluctant to attempt it, at least not at these crazy heights. But the depth in this competition is wonderful to see. Emmanuel Corrales of Greece. First time over at 580, which in itself is a great achievement. Can he take maximum points for Greece? Carrying one failure at this height of 585. Steely-eyed determination. But unfortunately, resignation as the bar crashes down with him.
It has been a brilliant quality competition. Corrales equalling his lifetime best he set at the Tokyo Olympics in sort of breakthrough competition in 2021. To be equalling that here at the European Team Championships is brilliant. Piotr Lisek, it was attempting a season's best there with that 585 mark. All of these men up there with the very best they've done in their life, and certainly this season. Thibaut Collet as well. This would be a new personal best if he did achieve it. So they're all really punching above. It's only Menno Vloon that's sort of within his personal best. It is a season's best for the Dutch athlete as well. So wonderful conditions down there for these men. They're clearly bringing their very best performances.
Doesn't affect the men who are still vaulting. Vloon, Corrales, Thibaut Collet and Peter Lissac, but there is a very special event rule in place here, which each competitor is only allowed 4 fouls, and that's why we've seen in the earlier divisions and also in the Group B here that they're actually stopping the competition when, under normal circumstances, normal championship competitions, they would have gone on. But, well, Vloon, only 3 fouls to his name at the moment. Thibaut Collet, only 2. You can see there. Peter Lissac has 3. Emmanuel Corrales only 2 himself. So this competition still continues with 4 men still vaulting.
It was close.
The only man eliminated, Claudios Michelstecchi, who had 4 fouls and only had 1 attempt at 585. So the Italian finishes 5th. Still got 4 men going on in this whole competition. Thibaut Collet will be allowed a 3rd and final attempt at this height. He's only got 3 fouls so far in this competition.
Yes, someone's luck had to run out at some point. Not all of these attempts were going to see the bar miraculously stay in its position. Menno Vloon of the Netherlands just taking a seat there in the background. 1 failure at 565. 575 at 1 at 580, so he has 3 failures to his name, but crucially only a man over at 585.
So Peter Lissac, his 3rd attempt at 585. Special event rules don't apply here. If he goes clear, he carries on in the competition, although he'd only have 1 remaining failure in the bank, and if he fails, he's out and has to settle for 4th place.
That will be the way that it will go. So, 3rd consecutive European Athletics Team Championships in Poland, but the home favourite unable to take maximum points. Following that stint with Lisek in 2019 in Bydgoszcz, Sobera 2 years ago in this stadium.
Finishes his campaign with that second time clearance.
Cue the frustration for him.
A super quality men's pole vault competition here in Poland. The heights being recorded. 5 athletes at 5 meters and 80 or over in this men's pole vault.
Those watching on, delivering every piece of the action.
To może oznaczać, ta piosenka może oznaczać tylko jedno. Greg Karalis.
Piotr Lisek plants his pole up to 12 o'clock. Just losing height quite quickly before he was able to fully make it over.
Rozbieg wciąż jeszcze zamknięty, a więc musimy chwilę poczekać, aby powrócić. Już otwieramy rozbieg.
Nevertheless, big smiles on Peter Lisak's face. This has been an enthralling competition. Certainly an outstanding competition for depth.
Karalis with the stadium to himself.
Miguel Karalis, third and final attempt at 5.85.
His first day of action at Division 1, asking for your support.
Yes, entered the competition at 5.45 and had a perfect scorecard until this height. So can he make it over the third time of asking? Karalis of Greece. Unfortunately not. It looked as though it might have been there.
But just not today. He thanks you for your support.
So that is his third time failure.
5 meters and 80 centimeters.
We'll go over to see if Thibaut Collet can do what Karalis was unable to.
This 5.85 has been something of a sticking point for Karalis, certainly as far as outdoor competition is concerned. He's got an outdoor best of 5.80, indoors he's got over 5.86. He's had many attempts at this height outdoors. One day very soon, I'm sure he's going to get it, but it's a bit of a bogey height for the Greeks.
I was following the same emotional roller coaster there as the Greek athletes. I thought he was over. I had my arms up, and then rethinkable the near clearances we've had at this men's pole vault, and that one came off.
At the moment he's in second place, and with just Thibaut Collet to vault, he's guaranteed at least 14 points. That's going to help Greece quite considerably, because they're at the foot of the table at the moment as far as the Division 1 standings are concerned.
You actually won the competition, Fly Olympia, that Karalis puts on earlier this season.
Collet.
So here goes the Frenchman then. Third attempt at 5 meters and 85.
France also in need of points. Just lost a little momentum with his run-up. All bent quickly, but bringing the bar down. So, Menno Floon has seen others falter around him. That all-important clearance, though, at 5.85, because at one point it looked like he was just struggling a little with his technique. It was unorthodox was the word we used, but ultimately an incredible competition that he's had to be over at 5.85 with Karalis, Collet, Lisek, all with 3 failures, and another who does well, Collet, to take evasive action. Bar comes off with his knees on the way down.
You see the conversations going on.
Following the footsteps of Renaud Lavillenie, who still holds the championship record from 2009. With 6 metres and 1 centimetres. Well, every time we've wondered what happens next and what height someone goes up to, Hannah England has provided the correct answer.
5.92. Would that be a European lead? We've got Simon Guttormson on 5.91. Oh, of course, apart from Mondo de Panza, sorry.
Yeah, well,
I forget
yeah,
that he's even human, let alone
of
European.
Course, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, I don't know then, yeah.
A normal European lead for everyone else.
Yeah, okay, well, no, I reckon he'll just stay bog standard, Menno Floon. There's nothing special, nothing tricky to go with.
Well, he's got an outdoor best of 5.88.
Oh.
He's jumped over 5.90 on a couple of occasions. I normally need glasses to see this, but I can actually see it's going up to 590 on the infield. And I think it's the fact that the light is actually not shining in my eyes for the first time in about 4 days.
The sun is slowly but surely setting. It's been out glaring at here all afternoon. Apart from that, there was a little rain shower, but it has been wonderful conditions. And I think we've talked about this stadium, how high quality it is, the performances we have here, and I think I'm sure Mondo Duplantis jumped very high here at the Diamond League last year. Was it raining? I don't know, but we have good performances all over this stadium at the various events hosted by the Polish athletics kind of guys, and this pole vault has been absolutely brilliant this afternoon.
And just as a reminder, under the special event rules, if he clears this, he goes on. He can attempt more height, but if he fails, the competition's over. He's had 4 failures.
Menno Bloem, this would also be a Dutch outdoor record. No. But still, what a competition. To beat the likes of Kalolis of Greece and Lisek of Poland is quite something in itself. So he joins Femke Bol in taking maximum points for his country in this first session as part of the first division of the European Athletics Team Championships.
There was an indication there from the official that he still had 2 attempts, and I wonder if this is what we saw with Yaroslava Mahuchik yesterday. She thought she was done, and they actually said, no, you can do another one. So maybe do you get extra bonus? Do you cancel some of your failures out if you're the winner?
I'll tell you what, Hannah England, you're a field events expert, because while you were saying that, I was looking at the following paragraphs in the team manual, and you're absolutely right. If you won the competition, it does carry on as though you're normal.
Okay.
So he does have theoretically 2 more attempts.
But you wonder, was it that, it's always tactical passes, but 580 saying, right, I'm feeling good. Did that almost, is that why Menno Bloem jumped 585? Was he kind of forced into attempting a higher height? He didn't fatigue himself at 580 because he was on 3 failures already at that point. And I don't know, it's kind of perhaps gave him a bit of an impetus there to have a go at 585 when he might otherwise have tried to get a clearance at 580.
Well, the pole vaulters I know usually exhibit a devil-may-care attitude, and I think that's a little bit of it. They're nerveless individuals. I mean, I can still remember various events. I still remember Steve Hooker vaulting at the 2013. Yeah, I know he's Australian, not a European, but coming in at an unprecedented height in the rain and still clearing it.
He did only have 1 leg that year, didn't he? He's so horrendously injured. I think he knew he had 1 jump in him, so to do it at the right point. But always a battle with the vertical jumps. What do you gamble with? When do you come in? Do you think Menno Bloem is going to have 2 more attempts at 590? He doesn't look like he's putting his kit on. Try to ride the wave here in Poland, see if he can get himself over 590.
Well, he's looking very thoughtful, but I just wonder whether also the adrenaline has just dissipated now that he knows he's got the win.
Karalis and Lisek will be here to stay and watch and be much more relaxed, but to his credit, Menno Bloem cracking a smile. Although it was one of the events in track and field with some of the best camaraderie, and it's on display here.
Well, he's notched up the 2nd Dutch victory of this first day, following in the footsteps of Femke Bol and her championship record in the 400 metres. So the Dutch doing well. They're actually quite highly placed at the moment. I think I'm doing some arithmetic here after all the other events have been concluded. I've been a few points further out over the course of the first 3 days when we were totting up on the fly the scores in the 3rd and 2nd divisions. I think the Dutch could well move up into
Third?
Unbelievably, third place, yes. And you wouldn't have expected that necessarily.
Menno Vloon, second attempt at 5.90 for a Dutch outdoor record. Ever so slightly closer, but still a reasonable amount away.
Yeah, it's going under the bar. You do have the feeling that after he won the competition, just looking at the body language and the way he was communicating with his coach, that all the tension, all the adrenaline, as I was saying, has just dissipated. But there'll be plenty more days for Menno Vloon to attack 5.90. He's got one more attempt though. Sort of shaking his head. I'm wondering whether he's saying that's it for me. Don't think anybody would begrudge him deciding to retire at this point in the competition.
It's interesting, isn't it? Sometimes when you see the pressure's off, there's kind of the freedom to go for this new height. And sometimes an athlete's been going so well in training that they almost expect or predict that they might find themselves in this scenario in actual competition. And then at other times, I remember with Katie Moon, I think it was at the Olympics, was it not, that she knew she was able to have a go, but it just wasn't right.
I remember hosting a webinar with Mondo Duplantis' parents, and someone asked, "Go on then, what's he done in training? What's his real PB?" No, nothing. No, he can only perform when he's down there in the competition arena for the occasion. I think every athlete's different. They want to get the confidence from practicing it in training first and seeing that they're capable of it, and then they can bring it to the competition arena. Vloon does look like he's staying stripped down into his competition kit. He is going to have his third and final attempt at Dutch national record, and the wind's picking up a bit. It's I don't know, you've got to have a go, haven't you? You're here, you're warmed up, you've got your poles, the bar's there, you've got the opportunity, you might as well have a go.
Yeah, I'm sure that he will. There's just over 3 minutes on the clock, but it's kind of dinner time, isn't it, for Corrales and Lisek. Bring out the bananas, and Lisek had another snack of sorts.
Well, his coach, who you saw there, Christian Tominga, sixth back in the 2001 World Athletics Championships. Just encouraging, I think. Vloon, I got the impression that Vloon actually did want to toss in the towel, but his coach, Christian Tominga, saying, well, you might as well, as you exactly said, you might as well go for it. You've got nothing to lose. You've won the competition. Peter Lisek making a young fan very happy. I remember one time, a few years ago, interviewing after a competition the German pole vaulter Silke Spiegelberg, and like many jumpers, she'd taken a sleeping bag out, and then I sort of noticed that there was this bulky stuff at the bottom of this, and I said, "So what's in there?" And she goes, "Oh, bananas." And she turned it up down, and probably about half a dozen bananas which she hadn't eaten, and she'd probably eaten about 4 or 5 while she was out there, all came tumbling out of a sleeping bag. I think it's in there with the tape that you use for taping up your poles. Put a few bananas in your kit.
Yeah, probably gone mouldy by the time that you unpack your sleeping bag when you arrive back home. Last chance for Vloon at 5.90 here, and that was the closest, but in truth never quite looked like making it over at this height. Another day perhaps. Still 16 points for the Netherlands. And it has been a terrific competition, as you said, Bill, with unprecedented depth. Valentin, Renaud Lemilini, I should say, Rafael Holtstepper, Piotr Lisek and Konstantinos Spilipidis in the history of this competition were those who'd previously gone over 580 5 men doing so tonight. Bloom leading the standings from Carlos, Collet, Lisek and Stecky.
Yes, Bloom giving it a good go with his third and final attempt at 490. So Haiti's cleared indoors, and I have a feeling that in the not too distant future he'll master it outdoors as well.
No i wiemy już, jak to wygląda po 12 konkurencjach. Włochy uciekają w Brytyjczykom. To już jest 9,5 punktu.
Well, if you've stayed with us, you'll know that he just cleared 585 about 10 minutes ago.
So let's then wrap up the pole vault results in full. So it becomes quite crucial, I guess, on countback, although where it is an exactly equal record, the points are shared. All the way down to 1 point for 16th place as well.
So after 12 events, Italy lead the way with 141 points, 9.5 points in front of Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Poland, well, I think Alex and my arithmetic was just a little bit off, but Poland stay in third place with 127 points. But the Dutch doing fantastically well with those victories from Menno Bloom in the last few minutes and Femke Bol earlier in proceedings in fourth. Down at the bottom, it's the Czech Republic, Greece and Turkey in the 3 relegation positions at the bottom. But it's been an exciting first day here in the Slaski Stadium with the first division of the European Athletics Team Championships. Please do join us again tomorrow at just after 4 o'clock Central European Summer Time. And we'll be here through Saturday and Sunday with the concluding 25 events. 13 tomorrow, 12 on Sunday. I think it's time for myself, Phil Minshall, and alongside me, Alex Seftel and Hannah England, to say a very good night to you. See you tomorrow.
To finish, we would like to thank the commercial partners.
I'm Hannah England, an AI-generated version of Hannah England to be precise, with a review of Friday's Division 1 action at the European Team Championships in Poland. Thank you for listening. If you want to watch all of the action from here, head over to allathletics.tv. First up on the track was the women's 400 metres. With world indoor record holder and European indoor and outdoor champion, Femke Bol smashing her own championship record, taking it below the 50-second barrier with 49.82. Femke was naturally delighted.
I mean, it's always great to rate there. It's one of my favourite stadiums. It's beautiful and the Polish crowd is usually really great. I'm happy to take the points for the Dutch team and I think that's the most important. I always want to run fast, but I'm really focused on the hurdles this time. But it was nice to have no hurdles on the way for a change.
The fact that you're focusing in the hurdles this year, did it make this race, did you feel a little bit more relaxed about running the 400?
No, just less, because normally I have a bit better preparation in my race page for flat, and now it's all about hurdles, so I'm a bit lost. But also it's nice for the mind to not be so focused on the stride pattern.
In the women's hammer, Italy's Sara Fantini is having a great season. She won the European Throwing Cup in March, and now she's added the European Athletics Team Championships title to her collection. A season's best in the final round to claim maximum points for Team Italia.
I'm very happy to be here and I'm very happy to wear these clothes. That for me means a lot. So I'm very happy to bring this point to my team, and I'm very sure that here my team will be amazing because we have a very nice team. Until this year we grew up and now it's a very nice team and very beautiful, and we are very close to each other. So yes, I feel the pressure of that, but I also feel the support of that. So I'm very happy to be here and to bring this point, and I'm sure that all my other athletes, other Team Italy athletes will do the same.
The world and European indoor champion Oriol Dongmo won the shot put with a throw of 19.07 and claimed maximum points for Portugal.
I'm very much aware that you always want to be the better version of yourself. Yeah? How did you manage your emotions today?
Yes, today was a little bit difficult to manage it. I don't know, because I was too much tense, and I think the 90 meters all set was enough to win, and I thank God.
What's the team spirit like amongst the Portuguese?
Yeah, we need to compete. We need to compete to give more points to the team to stay in the first division. I think it's really important for the team, and I think I did a good job to help my team.
Jonathan Borlée held the championship record going into the men's 400 metres. But that was beaten, not by a Borlée this time, but by Norway's on-form 20-year-old and former European Athletics Under-20 Championships bronze medalist Havard Bentdal Ingvaldsen, who won in 44.88. He was delighted with his time.
I was hoping for a time under 45.5, so I didn't expect 44 today at all. I was a bit exhausted after the Bislett Games, so I didn't expect 44 today, so I'm very surprised.
How does competing at the Bislett Games and the Diamond League circuit with some of the best athletes in the world, how does this prepare you for this team competition?
Yeah, I was running with the best people in the world at Bislett, so it was very tough competition, but I'm getting stronger in my head just by competing with those guys, so I'm prepared mentally for that.
In the women's 5,000 metres, Olympic finalist Nadia Batacleti opened her stride in the last lap and won a tactical race by a very healthy margin in the end with 15 minutes 25.09. She was delighted with her incredible 59.93 final lap.
After my finish, the DT comes to me and say, "Oh my God, your last lap was 59." So wow, I'm really surprised because the main goal is the World Champs this year. So now we are in June, so we have a lot of day of training. So right now, the last lap in 59 for me is really precious.
Despite fouls in all of the last 3 rounds, it was Tobia Bocci who got maximum points again for the Italians in the men's triple jump.
Tobia, 16.84 today. You have improved on the first 3 attempts and then 3 fouls. Tell us what's happened.
As we all know, this is a team championship, so it was very important for me to place a first good jump, and that was for the team. And then in my mind, I tried to do 5 more jumps for myself, because as we all know, it's an individual sport. So the second and the third were big improvements, and then as it often happens, trying to get that extra centimeter or a hundredth of a second, sometimes it's a give and take mechanism, so a few fouls, but very good sensation today, even though I was not hoping for it too much. Good weather and a very warm stadium, and the crowd was wonderful. I am very happy to be here and taking the win for today.
Meanwhile on the track, it was Switzerland's Ramon Wipfli who took the fastest time across both heats of the men's 800 metres, kicking into the home straight to win in a personal best by almost a second. He's just 18, so will be eligible for the European Athletics Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem in August. An impressive run from the Swiss athlete. In the men's 3,000 metres steeplechase, 5 athletes were still in it coming into the final 1,000 metres, including Daniel Arce of Spain, who had to dig in on the last lap to take the race. He celebrated over the final 30 metres and finished just a shade behind the championship record in 8:25.88. A great race and maximum points for Spain.
Talk us through the race and in particular those last few metres.
Yes, I am very happy for the race. I have very strong and this race is very difficult winner, and now I am very happy for this race.
It was Germany's Olympic and European silver medalist Kristin Pudens who went one better here and came out on top of a strong field in the women's discus. And as she told us in the mixed zone, this team competition added an interesting dimension to her season.
Good to know that I could do everything for the team today, that I put all the points in. And it's a little bit different because we are individual sports and now we are as a team. And that's another feeling, and it's great. We are in the preparation for German nationals and world championships. So it was a little bit out of training here today. So I'm very glad that I could throw a season's best and wasn't expecting that. So I'm very happy with it. And I think that's a good sign leading up to the upcoming competitions.
The track action rounded off with the men's and women's 100 metres. Poland's Ewa Swoboda took the win in a championship record of 11:09 on home soil.
I'm very happy to have now championship record in my home and in front of my crown, and 11.09. It's okay. It's full points from Poland, and I think this is more important than my time.
With Italy's Olympic and European champion Marcel Jacobs missing in the men's 100 metres, 23-year-old Samuele Ceccarelli, who beat Jacobs to gold at the European Athletics Indoor Championships in Istanbul, equalled his season's best from Florence to win a very tight race.
In the past years I had some few injuries that kept me at the box, we can say. But this winter I finally found the good shape, and so I trained hard and good and very good way. So these are the results, and I'm very happy most of all because I took the first place, so it means a lot of points for my team, and today was the main goal, of course. And secondly came the single race, but I'm happy to have gave my team the first place.
It's a personal best, 10.13, a very close finish there with the Dutch athletes. So how does this performance here today set you up for what's coming up this summer?
In particular today I felt very good at the start, just some few to adjust at the end, the second part. But I'm very confident and happy for what's coming. I hope that I can improve even more. I'm finding the good shape race after race, and I hope I can reach even more goals this summer.
To round off the night, all eyes were on the pole vault, with Dutch athlete Vleno Moon clearing a very impressive 5.85, the third highest in Europe this year. A fantastic high-quality competition, with Vloon, Corrales, Collet, Lisek and Stecki all clearing 5.80. But it's maximum points for the Netherlands. At the end of day one of this division's competition, Italy sit at the top of the team standings ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland in second and Poland in third.